What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel with me, Free Tip Scout, for a pretty epic stream, I'd like to think, where it's going to be quite involving with you guys, because we're going to be spending most of the afternoon diving really deep into yesterday's new product roadmap update from SORARE. It's been a crazy 24 hours in the world of SORARE because the new update is seismic. It's seismic. It's so big that everyone's talking about it for good reason. Good and bad, but I think largely good. I could be wrong on that, but I actually really like the update. And I think there's a lot of good positive things to take from it. There are a few things in it that probably don't appeal as much. So we're going to be talking a lot more about the update today. We did cover the update in full when it was announced yesterday. If you want to check that out, you can check that out on my stream. There is the full, on my channel. The full stream is available on my Twitch channel, also on my YouTube, and you can find the YouTube link on my Twitch channel. I also put together I shrunk down 5 hours because we were live for 5 hours covering it. I shrunk that all down into about 45 minutes. So if you prefer just to kind of get the key points from the update, and you're still not quite sure on them, then check those videos out on my Twitch channel and also on my YouTube channel. Hello to, I actually saw the German question from James, which was the opinion on the update, isn't it? Don't worry, James. Ich verstehe ein bisschen Deutsch, aber mein Deutsch ist nicht so gut. Nicht so gut. Ist, ja, hässlich. My Deutsch ist hässlich. Ja. Ich bin Deutsch lernen. Yeah, ich bin Deutsch lernen. I am learning at the moment. I have learned in the past, so I can speak a little bit of German, and when I read German, I can understand it. But yeah, this is this is very much an English channel. But yeah, we have a lot of people in here that are from all around the world. So we have people that speak German and French and Italian and Dutch and Norwegian. So everyone is always welcome here, but the main language that we speak on the channel is English. So all good, man. I will give my opinions on the update soon. Like, we'll be talking about it throughout, and I'll be giving you my opinions. I think I gave a lot of my opinions in the highlights. So as Sopsy said, he's just watched the highlights. I did give a lot of my initial opinions about the update in the videos that I'd done yesterday. But of course, I'm going to be letting you guys know more today. It's been so mental. Like yesterday, I haven't had a chance to reread and go through the article again. So the two blog pieces. So maybe you guys have. If you haven't gone through the article more than once, if you've not gone back and reread them, then I absolutely would recommend that you do. I certainly am going to do it, and I'm sure we're going to be doing it today. We're going to be like popping back and forth to the blog pieces just to kind of reference some things. I think if you go back and you can reread it a few times, then the changes will sink in a lot more, and it will be easier to understand, rather than, because there was so much, right? There was so much to take on board yesterday. Let's just bring it up as well in case nobody saw. I'm sure most of you did, but there might be a few guys that haven't actually had a chance to really get to it yet. There's two blogs which cover the product roadmap update, and both blogs are huge. Like, they are big. This first one here, this is the one that you probably want to read first. The one that has the product roadmap at the top of it. And this says that it's a 13-minute read, which I think you can probably read it in 13 minutes or so if you just kind of power read through it. We actually spent about 2 hours reading it because at each point we were talking about, pretty much every paragraph, right? So it took us a lot longer. But you can already see here, there's a lot of information to absorb. And there's a lot of changes which are happening, which are important to try and get your head around, because the way that SORARE is going to change is going to be radically different from what we know today. So the way that you play SORARE, the way that SORARE looks, the way that you plan for SORARE, it's all going to be very, very different because of these changes. And in my opinion, I think it's a positive thing. I actually think that this is well needed in the game and probably very overdue. So I'm really looking forward to it. But you can see that this is just one blog. And yeah, if you try to read this quickly, you might actually come away thinking, wow, okay, I get it, but I also need to go back and I need to absorb and maybe try and understand the changes a bit more. It does link in this blog. It does link in this blog right at the top to the second blog. And the second blog's just as important as the first one, because the second blog then starts to detail like the transition of the changes that are going to be happening on the platform in the game. So most of the changes are going to be going fully in the game by August, but there are going to be a few things which are in the game now, and there's going to be a few more things that over the course of the coming months, they'll start to drip feed into the game. And it's not just detailing the transition, but it also talks a lot more about some of the specific changes. For example, the changes around Cap 240, which are very significant, in my opinion, because it does change the dynamic of how you play that competition. And it's also kind of important to know that the threshold is only guaranteed now for the next 6 months, and then it is going to be it's going to be removed effectively, and then the money will be redistributed to the other competitions around the game. So it's really worth, if you haven't read it already, absolutely read these articles, these blog pieces from Sorare. And then if you have read them already, I would definitely recommend going back, giving them another read with fresh eyes, because you will probably be able to spot things that maybe you missed the first time, and you might even be able to wrap your head around areas of the changes which, when you initially read it, probably didn't really click. But now, if you read it again, it will just start to make a bit more sense. So we're going to be coming back to this, and we're definitely going to be talking about it. The one thing that I just want to quickly show everybody before we start talking about the update, and I also want to say hello to a lot of people as well. So hello to James and Twitch Gaming, Audris Vinagris, Davor, Bodgy, Pirek as well, who says, are you going to sell your rare 240 players? No, I don't need to sell anybody at all in my gallery on the back of the update. My gallery's perfect it was perfect now, and it doesn't change at all with this update. So I'm unaffected by this update, which is great. What I want to do quickly, before we start really diving deep and talking about the opportunities that are now presented with this update and what the ramifications are of some of the changes, this is going to be very led by you guys today, right? So yesterday, I think I spoke non-stop, just trying to explain the changes, and these are the changes that are happening. Today's stream's going to be much more led by you guys, because I actually want to, because I haven't had a chance to reread the articles and the blogs, I haven't really had enough time to analyze in my own head what I think the changes mean, like in a deep level. And so I want you guys here today, your opinions and your insights, and like how like the things, the ideas that you have on it are really going to lead a lot of the stream today. Before we dive into it, because I have a big question to ask everybody related to the update. Before we do that, just really quickly, I do want to share with everybody how I'm getting on in the midweek, the current game week right now in Sorare. I want to share with everybody how it's going, because something amazing is happening with our midweek team. We are currently 7th in Cap 220 Limited. Now, there are no weekly rewards, right? But this is the last game week for the month long. And what we were hoping for was that we would go out big in the month long, and that we would produce a really big score that would then propel us into the places to hopefully scrape or at least securely win a tier 2 limited from the month long. Now, before this game week started, I did not have, well, that's not true. I only had one player that I could put out from this lineup, and that was Max Allen Gradle, because I didn't have Robin Knock, I didn't have Jesus Scarza, I didn't have Cade Cowell. And we were sitting at a tier 3 in the Super Cap month-long competition, and we had been competing for a tier 2 for most of the month-long, but we dropped down to the tier 3, and because I didn't have a team to put out, I thought to myself, this is a great opportunity for me to spend, because I think that if I do go out and just try and pick up a couple of low-cost, low 15, L15 players, and I do my scouting like really well, I can probably give myself a good chance of getting a 350 plus score. And then that will be a score that will massively help me in my overall rankings. And this, again, is a great example of why the new update, is going to be so significant, because the current reward structure in Sorare means that in these situations where you don't necessarily have a team to put out for like a specific competition that's happening in a game week, there isn't really enough of a FOMO effect to make managers think, oh, okay, like I'm going to miss out on something amazing if I don't put a team out for it. Because most of the value of the rewards is tied up in the threshold. And if you do spend in Sorare, it can often feel like you might spend £10 just to win a 60p or a £2 or something really low, like a reward, right? So often it hasn't really felt like it's worthwhile to scout, to bring in replacements and to plug the gaps for a game week to help you to win then a really good reward. The fact that they've kind of changed the super cap, which is not continuing, by the way. So if you didn't know, it's not continuing from the update. They didn't really mention it, but it's not continuing. So I'm really excited for the update, and I'm really excited that we've now hit a tier 2. It's not done yet because we 96% of the leaderboard is done. So we have to wait a little bit more for the games today. But I think you have to finish in the top, is it the top 300? Can't remember. Let's have a quick look at the prize pool. I think we need to finish in the top 300 to get a tier 2. Yeah, we need to finish in the top 300 to get a tier 2. And at the moment, we're currently 129th. So I think it's with 4% left to go, I think that we've done enough to secure the tier 2. I'd be really surprised if we finish now outside of the top 300. So this is exactly what I've kind of been crying out for Sorare to do, is to make the rewards very appealing so that people then have a reason to spend in the game. Because the limited cards are not cards that I want to buy any more of, but because this was very attractive, I actually felt, in a good way, I felt that there was a justified need to put my hand in my pocket and to spend more money in the game on cards that I don't really want to be collecting anymore. And that's a good thing. That is a good thing, because if I do that and if other people do that, then Sorare make more money, the game is more sustainable. And then if there are rewards in there that are worth winning, then the whole thing just means that I will be more happy, I'll be satisfied, Sorare will be satisfied. It's a win-win, right? So, yeah, really, really good. I wanted to share that with everybody. Look at Cade Cowell. we done some scouting for the midweek. We always do it on Monday. And on Monday, we looked specifically at this game, and Guadalajara were playing a really weak team. Look, Forge FC, like the odds for Forge to win were ridiculous. They were like 8 or 10 to win, whereas Guadalajara were like 1. So basically, it was a complete mismatch. And we were looking at that game and we were thinking, wow, this is the type of game where the manager of Guadalajara will probably think, I don't need to play my first 11. I can actually start to play the players that are challenging for the first team, the fringe players, the youngsters, and someone like Cade Cowell would be given then a start, like a rare start. And he got the start, and we thought this is the type of game where if he does start, because of the quality of him, he could actually explode to a mad score. And he did, and we captained him because we were expecting him to do that. And he got basically, look, he got 100, which is the max. He got 99.7. He essentially got 100. He was the best captaincy pick. So I'm so happy. I'm so thrilled that we've ended the month long with a really good score, really good effort. The only thing with this is that I am going to miss scouting these types of players because I won't do it as much in the new format. You will still be able to do it because there will be the cap modes that will be returning in the new format for the special weeklies, but it won't be a permanent fixture. Like the cap competitions will not be permanent competitions in the new structure. So you won't really have the need as much to be scouting for these types of players that are maybe a little bit under the radar, that have really low L15s, that you then look into the games and you think, okay, this is the type of game where they have the potential to do really well. And I'm going to miss that because I love doing that for the cap modes, and I love being able to like trawl through all the trash, which I actually kind of consider to be treasure, because there's so many gems that you can find right at the bottom level. And I am sad that we won't have as much of an opportunity to demonstrate our really cool scouting skills and to have that challenge of trying to find players that are really low cost that can then really explode past a cap limit. So yeah, but I'm super cool. How's everybody else been getting on in the Cap 220? Because at the moment, as I say, the game week is live and it ends tomorrow. So how is everybody else getting on in the Super Cap? Because this is going to be the last time that we will have the month long for the foreseeable future. Making rivals to 3 win streaks is a good step for it, definitely. Yeah, that was also something that happened yesterday, which, to be honest with you, we didn't really cover because we just didn't really get enough time to cover it on the stream yesterday. We were so frantic trying to just cover the whole update in its entirety that one of the extra things that Sorare kind of announced yesterday that they slipped in was that the streaks for rivals has now changed, where you only need to hit 3 consecutive wins and then it resets. So if you hit 3, you win a reward box, and then it goes back to 0, and then you just have to hit another 3. And that's just so much more better. It's much more fun. The streaks, as we knew, were killing the fun of rivals because it was almost punishing you for doing well, because then it just became almost insurmountable to do it. And luckily, Sorare listened. I told them right at the start when they launched the rivals, I said, this isn't going to work because people are going to be so demotivated from the way that you've designed the streak system. But luckily, they've listened, they've changed it, and it's a really good change. But how's everybody else doing? How's everybody else doing? Is anybody higher than where I am in the Super Cap 220? Is anybody hitting like a tier 1 or like a star or anything like that in the Super Cap 220? If you're not, that's fine. But if you are winning a reward in the Super Cap, maybe you're winning one in the rare or the super rare, like, let us know. I'd love to know. The 10 win streak made me lose my head. Same day, Davior. I had a 10 win streak I had to do, and I wasn't even trying to do it. I wasn't even trying to do it. I just basically was like, what's the point? Like it's too insurmountable realistically to do. I know some people have done it, but when you try to do it and then you're like reset back to 0 3 or 4 times, like after the third or fourth time, if you can get to that point, you're like, I'm done with it. I'm not even interested in trying to hit it anymore. So it was doing my head in too. How much did your gallery value go down because of the update? My gallery went down a little bit. So my gallery was about £1,500 before the update. So it's gone down by about £100. But one of the reasons, well, the two main reasons that it went down is because of these two players here, of Alexander Dominguez and then Hervey Kofi. Now, most of my gallery's been fine. Most of my gallery hasn't really been affected, okay? These two players were affected, not because of the update, I don't think. If we go on Dominguez here, Dominguez has been selling for around 170, 180, that kind of mark, right? Around there. And then he was rising and he was recently up to kind of like 214, 200. So he was around the £200 mark. And then there was an auction that happened yesterday at 8, which was, of course, well after the update. And he went on auction for £159. And so I'm going to assume that he went for so low in reaction to what happened from the update. But if I'm also honest with you, I'm a bit surprised by that. Because if anything, the update, I think, actually helps this player more because he's such a high performer and you need to be targeting high performers like for the new format. So I don't know. I want to see whether he continues to go down or whether that was just like a bit of a freak auction where maybe everybody was just so consumed with the auction, not the auction, with the update. And maybe people were just, because of the update, they were thinking, okay, before I start buying more players, I need to work out like what I'm going to do. So maybe people were holding off buying, which is probably why there wasn't as much demand for the card. I mean, we can actually have a look at it, right? We can have a little look at it now. So if we go on this here, there was quite a bit of demand for it. Look. There was quite a bit of demand for it. So I don't think we can actually say that there was like a reduced demand because of the update, because you can see that there were quite a lot of bids here from different managers as well. I'm just a bit surprised that he went for a lot lower than what he has been. I'm going to be keeping an eye on that because whoever got him for 159, which was True Blue, I think they've got a great deal there because he's the number one. And in the new format, I think he's going to be perfect for it because this is the level of scoring that you really need. The other player that dropped my gallery down was Hervey Kofi. Now, Hervey Kofi dropped to here to £95, but that was a Bologna trade. And so you guys, but Bologna and Plenax, I've often seen these two managers doing trades far lower than what cards go for. So for me, I always look at this and I think there's some kind of like a collaboration going on, or there's like a there's like a, what's the word I'm looking for? Not collaboration, but what's the actual word I'm looking for? You know, like where you're sort of almost conspiring together. It's almost like that. Which you're not really allowed to do in Sorare, but he just went for significantly lower than what he has been. Certainly what his last auction went for, which was not that long ago. And I've seen this type of transaction before where Bologna or Plenax, they will buy a card or sell a card significantly lower. So yeah, I think my gallery's been largely unaffected by it, apart from those two players. And I think one of them was not even affected. Like, I don't even think Kofi was affected by the update, but Dominguez maybe. Yeah, colluding. That's it. That's the word I was looking for. Colluding. Thank you. I kind of, I kind of said every word around it apart from colluding. I was trying to find it. I was saying collaborating and conspiring, but I knew it wasn't the right one. And I was thinking, what's the actual word? And Thepamino came in there perfectly with the word I was looking for, colluding. Um, can be that people just sold the gallery to quit Sorare as soon as possible. It could be that too, yeah. It could be that maybe there's been a little bit of a reaction from some managers where they just really don't like the update and they just feel like it's not the direction that they want to go anymore. And so maybe there's been some managers that have just thought, okay, I just want to kind of get out of the game now. So I'm just going to cut my losses. And if I have to sell a card for lower than what they've been going for, then that's what I'm going to do because I just want to take my money out. There's always some people like that, right? That just, and that's fine. That's absolutely fine because the update doesn't have to be for everyone, right? And if it's not for you, and if you really don't have the same level of faith or confidence or belief in the game, then you have to think about what's right for you, right? And there will be some managers that would have done that yesterday. So that's also a good point. Yeah. So largely my gallery's been unaffected. It's dropped by 100, but it's only really dropped because these two guys have dropped in 2 transactions, which is probably still too early for me to decide whether it's connected to the update or not. Everybody else has pretty much stayed roughly around the same. I think Slovic's dropped a little bit. Yeah, Slovic's dropped a little bit, only largely because of this one here, but he's still roughly around what he was selling for. Everyone else has pretty much been the same. So yeah, what about you guys? Have you found that your galleries, your collections have been dropping? So your overall collection value, has that dropped significantly since the update yesterday? Has it increased significantly since the update yesterday? Like how's everybody's collections been reacting to the update? Also, thank you so much to Ligma. 15 months, Ligma. How are we at 15 months? Incredible. It's honestly, I don't know where the time's gone, but we've been streaming for 15 months, or maybe it's just a little bit more than that actually. And Ligma's been supporting with the sub for 15 months. So thank you so much, Ligma. Honestly, amazing support. Will you make a highlight out of the video you did yesterday after the update? I have already done it. Yeah, I've done it. You can find it on my Twitch channel. You can also find it on my YouTube channel as well. So yeah, go to my YouTube channel if you want, or Twitch, and you'll find the highlight there. We cut down the 5-hour stream into about 47 minutes. So it's still a little bit on the longer side, but it was just it's too big an update to not give it the time that it needed. So check it out if you want to get the key points from yesterday's update and what I thought about it. I'm one of those people, says Nathabam. I've sold 90% of my gallery to fund my free-to-play Pooky journey and go pro. Wow. So Nathabam, did you sell? You've sold 90% of your gallery what? Since yesterday? Since the update was announced? Or have you just been selling off most of it beforehand and then you pretty much just finished it off yesterday? Because if you sold 90% of your gallery since the update yesterday, then that's already quite impressive.
Welcome
to make that much of a sale on your gallery in such a short amount of time. Premier League went up, but everything else is pretty much stable. Just the usual fluctuations, says Twitch Gaming. I think so too. My collection dropped, but I sold my Flecken for 299 last night. Did you sell your Flecken, Hobby Skiller, for because of the update though, or was you already planning on selling your Flecken? Not paying attention to it because people are too reactionary, so no point looking too much into it. Thinks Apple 22. I kind of get what you're saying there. I kind of had a little glance at it out of curiosity, but I'm not so precious about my gallery at the moment, like as in the valuation of it, because I think I know that I've just got good players here. And there's going to be some, as Twitch Gaming says, there's going to be some like natural fluctuations. There's going to be a few reactions as well. But I think long term, I'd almost expect this to increase with the players that I've got because I think they're very well suited to the new format. Since yesterday, wow. Thank you also to Monsieur Boom for the follow. Welcome into the channel, man. Are you being serious there, J boy? I can't remember. I can't I can't work out if you're being serious or not. I really can't digest the fact that my Inshin collection will not be participating to the in-league competitions. It will be if you can buy the new season cards. Yeah. Yeah, if you buy the new season cards, then you'll be able to participate in the in-league competitions. If you don't, I mean, you could technically use one of them in the in-league, but yeah, you'll have to either buy them or try and win them in the classic competitions. Yeah. One thing I actually have to say, and then I'm going to ask the big question to everybody because I'm really keen to get everyone's thoughts on this, right? One thing that I am very, very grateful for that I have thought about since the update, I'm very grateful that I don't have, that I haven't. Okay, so let me rephrase it, right? I play Sorare my own way. I don't tend to shift my strategy and like my planning and my focuses every time Sorare changed the game. And when Sorare changed the game last time and the time before that, I was almost just like, you do what you are going to do, Sorare, and I'm just going to do my thing, which is just trying to buy the players that I think are quality and that I know can give me good levels of scoring in Sorare. And some of that might be stacks where I buy a lot of players from the same team. Most of it has been just buying individual players from different teams because I just really like those players, right? So the update hasn't changed how I'm going to be playing Sorare in that way because I'm still just going to be focusing on getting players that I think are really good, that are maybe overlooked and undervalued in the market. I know, I know that a lot of managers would have been building their strategy or building their gallery specifically to the current format of the game. And when you do that, it does mean that your gallery is then very at risk of not being in a good position when the game changes, which unfortunately some managers have found out since the update. I am very grateful that I have not got into super rare properly. So I have a super rare card here, which is almost just like a placeholder one because he's not covered, and I just picked him up because he was kind of cheap, right? But now that my rare's in a good place, right? My rare gallery is in a very strong position. I've been telling everybody that the next step for me is to start to move up more seriously into the super rare, okay? And if I had been already moving up into the super rare properly, what I would have been doing is I would have been buying very low cost type players in super rare that I thought could give me just enough of a points total to help me to the threshold. So I would have been still targeting mid-range to low end type of players, really, rather than the elite top scorers, because those are really expensive in the super rare. I'm so grateful that I did not start to build into super rare before the update, because I think if I had done that, then they would have dropped the update, and then I would have looked at my super rare team, and I would have been in a lot of problems, because I know how I would have built my super rare, and it would not have been a good enough team for the new format. So I'm very, very grateful. I feel like I dodged a bullet because I took my time and I didn't rush to get into super rares to try and win the threshold in super rare, which is no longer going to happen in 6 months' time. and I don't have a team that in 6 months' time in Super Rare is probably not going to be good enough, realistically, to compete in Super Rare competitions anymore. So yeah, I'm very grateful, but I also I really sympathise as well with managers out there that have maybe been too overexposed with their gallery in the current format, and they don't have that agility where if there's a change, their gallery can still suit it. There's a lot of managers out there that will probably need to change their galleries quite a bit and shift out players that just simply aren't going to help them anymore, because the cap modes are going, essentially. They're not, but they're being benched, so they will pop up from time to time, but they won't really be a big part of Sorare anymore. And of course, the cap modes has really been one of the main parts of Sorare for a long time now. They almost built the core product around this whole concept of cap modes and how you're rewarded for your scouting by spotting those players that are really low in value, that are really low in their L15, that can then massively do amazing. They can overperform. And a lot of managers would have also targeted not the elite scorers for the threshold, because there was no need to target elite scorers for the threshold. It was overkill. So a lot of managers who were playing for threshold would have realistically tried to do it as cheap as they could, because the ROI then would have been much better. But now, of course, with the update, they can still use those players in the new format. But how good will they be in the new format? Probably, well, nowhere near as good as what they are in the current format. So they're going to have to start to think about shifting out players that just don't think are going to cut it, that are going to help them take them to the top. Because the whole, if you don't know, which I'm sure most of you do if you read the article and the blogs, but if you haven't had a chance to read the blogs, or you don't know the overall message from the update, is that you need to aim much higher. That's essentially the takeaway. There's no more aiming for the mid-range or aiming low anymore. You have to be aiming quite high now. And that's the big takeaway. I said it on Twitter earlier. People completely forgot how powerful the old season cards will be in classic tournaments. Makes it easier to win new cards, which you can then use to win cash. Very good point from Twitch Gaming. Yeah, really good point. Is that I saw a lot of people saying yesterday, also on the stream, and this isn't a dig at those guys at all, so don't take it as such, but I did see a lot of people that were mentioning in the chat that the old cards are dead, as in like the old cards don't have any value anymore. And I don't agree with that at all. I don't agree with that. I don't even really understand that too much. So if you do feel like that, then help me understand. But essentially, the old cards are a way now for you to try and make them as powerful as you can, so that they can help you to win the new season cards, and then the new season cards you can then play in tournaments to help you win the cash. So like logically, there's a nice connection. There's a nice kind of like path to using all the cards, in my opinion. And the old cards that don't have a lot of XP on them, they'll probably be the ones that will suffer the most. Because if they don't have a lot of XP on them already, maybe they've been cards that have been traded around so much that, they're at like 0 or 1%. Those cards will probably suffer a lot. Those cards won't be that attractive. But cards that have been really developed with XP, cards that are old, that are in very low supply, those cards will be incredibly valuable in the new format, to then help you win not only like the rewards in the classic season, but to help you win in the new season when they give you rewards from being able to play them in the classic season. Own your game, but only when you follow the road we pick for you, says Senup68. So I guess you're not liking the update, i.e. Senup68. Free Tip Scout, MLS is the first big league to get new cards if you win them. then surely you get big help going into the new setup with new season cards already. Yeah, I was thinking about that because they also mentioned as well, didn't they, in the update? Did they mention it on this first one? I think they might have mentioned it on the second one. Here we go. There's going to be a very special MLS special weekly in April, but also, as Sopsy said, for the new format where you need new season cards to play in the in-season, and the new format, this in-season actually comes into effect. It starts to transition into the game around, I think it's March, right? March, April. I think it's the end of March, actually. It then means that, yeah, like even K-League, J-League, MLS cards, because they will have the new season cards, right? So those cards will be very good to try and target if you want to start having an early go at kind of playing this, where is it? At starting to play this kind of this new kind of format. If we bring up the transition here, we're also going to bring up the live facts in a minute. Look, so look, the March transition, this is the important part. So March the 29th, that'll be the introduction of the in-season and the classic season formats with new competition tiers. So the champion, challenger, and contender, which are the three main tiers that the game is going to be structured around. So you'll be able to start getting involved in them with the new cards from Asia and America. What that means actually is that the cards for Asia and America that, you know, are often quite expensive when they're first released, as are most new season cards, right? Like when a new season card is released, there's often a huge hype for them. The prices are really expensive on the auctions. Now you can bet your bottom dollar that as we transition to this new format, the prices for those cards on the auctions is going to be mental. It's gonna be even more mental, which is probably a good thing, because then it just means that the prices of cards, of those cards, are going to be a lot higher. The values of them are going to be a lot higher, which then means that when you win them from the classic season competitions, right? They're going to be good value. They're going to be very good value if you can win them. So I like it. I'm really looking forward to it. Let's try and bring up, is this the facts as well? Yeah, let's bring this up too. We didn't really spend any time looking at the facts here, and there's probably loads of extra information that we can glean from this here. What I want to do though, before we start diving into the facts as well, is I want to ask a question for the whole chat, which I think is a good one to ask because I'd like to know. The question that I want to ask everybody is, since the update yesterday, how does the update change the way that you're going to play Sorare? So that is the question. And maybe the update is not going to change how you play Sorare. And if that's the case, then I want to know that too. But how is this update and everything that they have proposed they're going to be changing now, how is it going to change the way that you play Sorare? I'd love to know this, please. So let me know, guys, in the chat. I think mid-performing teams like Luton, Brentford, Bournemouth will have a hard time with the new update. I really don't know how to use them anymore without the cat modes. It'd be actually quite nice if Luton got relegated, because then they'll be a very, very good team for the new format. I'm curious to see how many Seattle collection is working, and if you can actually win, some good new season cards, or if you only get level ups and arena tickets via those boxes. Yeah, me too. Me too. So Bodgy says I would now target the peak players in Champ Europe. Okay. You wouldn't look at peak players outside of Champ Europe. You would only focus on Champ Europe, would you? I mean, I think the advantage with targeting, let's bring up the tournament structure as well. Here we go. Let's bring this up, right? This is going to be the transition competition structure, which is effective from March to August, okay? one of the advantages of targeting the champion league, so like the Bundesliga, the La Liga, the Premier League, those ones in particular, is that they also have their separate competition. So you get like almost a double utility from them. So if you were gonna start to find and scout and put together Premier League teams, then you could use them in Champions, and then you could also use them in the Premier League in season. And those two competitions will probably pay quite well. The same for La Liga. So there is a La Liga. Let me just bring it up as well. Where is it? There is also a La Liga. Let me try and show you. Sure, I saw it. Let's have a look. But they have said that there's also going to be a La Liga dedicated competition, and there's going to be a Bundesliga one as well. I thought we could also see the graphic of it though, but maybe we can't. Yeah, here we go. Look. So the competition structure. So let's bring this up as well. So yeah, if you had the budget, then almost like targeting Bundesliga, La Liga, Premier League players would be the smart play in many ways, because yeah, you would want to try and do it so that you would have them for the new season. So what I'm kind of saying is that long term, targeting these types of champion Europe players is now going to be very good, I think. One of the things that you can see, this is effective starting August the 24th. So these European ones will be, hold on a minute. Yeah, okay. It's a little bit interesting because they kind of say that the Premier League is effective from March the 24th, which it technically is anyway, right? Because the Premier League one, there is a Premier League competition right now, but kind of in the new format. They've said here that from March the 24th, there's going to be a Premier League Classic and in season. But I wouldn't say that you should really target the in-season Premier League, because all you're going to be doing is then targeting and trying to pick up like the new season cards, as in the current season cards from March, and that you're only going to get about 3 months worth of utility out of them. It's actually almost just better to hold off and then buy the new Premier League cards from August. So the 24-25 cards, so that you can then compete in the in-season competition for the Premier League. But I think like going forward, if you're able to target these players, then that's probably going to be very, very good. Yeah. Looking for the Champ Europe players with midweek utility, playing starter for their national team. Yeah, I agree with you, Boji. I actually agree. I think if you can look for those players now and you can try and get them for good prices, then they will serve you really, really well. I asked the question, but I haven't seen enough answers. So let me try and run through the chat here so I can read the answers. Here we go. James says he's not sure yet. Hobby Skiller, I'm thinking about to sell my mid-performing teams like Brentford or Bournemouth and buying the star players. I get why you're thinking that. I do, because you do need to be trying to target the top-end players realistically. So again, star players are star players, right? So trying to target the very top performers is going to be the best strategy, I think. I bought a player for an SR threshold team, and now I can sell them again. It's very early to really say a full... this is from the Don. It's early to really say a full solid plan. But definitely we'll focus on 3 strong limited teams collections in both of Champion, Challenger, and Contender. The ability to win in-season rare cards in limited is pretty attractive. Agree. Yeah, agree, man. One of the things we also need to do today that we didn't have enough time to do yesterday is I would like to spend more time talking about the prize pool. We had a quick skim over it, but it obviously requires more time. So we'll be looking at that soon as well. Free Tip Scout, as a free-to-play guy, my life is a bit easier, but I'm not changing the way. I wait for Rivals revamp and then adapt to it because I think this is how you'll be successful. Adapt to the changes. Yeah. I think also as well, what's probably quite an important lesson for everybody from the change which Sorare have made with these updates is that it kind of pays to have a bit of a diverse portfolio if you want to look at it from like a stock or a share perspective, rather than having all of your eggs in one basket. It also does help to kind of have a bit of diversification in your collection, so that when Sorare do change things, because they will change things constantly, right? Even after this, there'll be more changes in the future, and there might be things that will change that will go almost reverse some of the stuff that they are proposing here. You never know, right? So you've got to make sure that you don't overexpose yourself by going too hard in any one area. That's essentially the smart play. Because if you do, and if they then change that one area, you're going to be in a position where you might not be able to compete as well anymore in that new format. So you always want to try and have a little bit of diversification so that you can spread the risk of and your exposure of big changes that happen in the game that then completely nullify your strategy, or like throw your cards in the mud because they're just not going to fit into the new format. Have a lot of contender-only cards now. Need to shift the gallery a bit. At least bring some Challenger 1, says Tiago. Setup68 says, just don't like that you can't win the top stars with lower leagues anymore. That was the charm for me, trying to win a mega star with players from a backyard league. Well, technically you can though, right? Technically you can. It just means that it's going to be a lot harder to do now. So it's not like you can't win them. It's just that the game, and I get your point actually, the game at the moment is kind of structured where you can win those high-end players or high-end rewards with like a real trashy budget team if you done the scouting right. So almost the change that Sorare is saying is that you're not going to be rewarded for scouting like the real low end players as much anymore. You're going to be rewarded more for scouting players that are high performers, or players that you think can be high performers long term, rather than week to week kind of performers, you know? So they're moving more towards like a build for the longer term and focus on players like that, you know, are quality, rather than players that can be quality for this game week, but then the next game week they might not, and then they might only have a few game weeks in a few months that you could really target them for. Going to play it more like a grind, making sure I have lineups in all limited comps as well as my rare teams. Grind reward boxes, rewards in limited. Feels like EAFC grinding bronze and silver packs to get upgrades to the top players, says Assets in Sport. Does anybody else feel the same? That the changes they've made kind of starts to mimic a little bit what you see in EAFC? Because I don't play EAFC, so I can't really comment on it. But that was an opinion from Assets in Sport, which I think is an interesting one. Let's try and read some more of you guys here, what you think. The challenge will be the summer transfer window, trying to build a champ, challenger, contender team. And then the player moves, but there is now no all-star to fit him into. Potentially the way around that is under 23 talent. Yeah, under 23 is effectively the global all-star now, isn't it? Basically. It's the one true global competition, under 23. I was actually thinking as well, because you know when we talked about under 23, we talked about the fact that if you look here on the competition structure, you can see that you can play the Premier League Classic and in season. You can play the La Liga Classic and in season, right? So with old cards and new season cards, you can play all of these with old and new season cards, but then the under 23 is just classic only, and you can't play it with the new season cards. You can, because technically you can, because you can use one new season card, right? No, no, hold on a minute. That's not true. That's absolutely not true. Scrap that. Scrap that. Classic allows you to play with new season cards entirely. So scrap what I just said there. Let's go back. Let's bring it up. Okay. Let's go back. Scrap that entirely. Here we go. This is the image that we need. Yeah. So classic allows you to play with old and new season cards. New season, you have to play with just new season cards, right? And one or two, depending on the rarity, the scarcity. You have to play with a minimum of one. You don't have to. You can play with a minimum of a one old season card. Now, one of the reasons I was thinking why it might not be a new season competition as well is because if you've already got it as classic, then that actually suits under 23 quite well, because most of the under 23 players will end up becoming like old cards when you use them. Because if you think about an under 23 player, you will almost want to sit on them. And most under 23s, if you have like a really promising 18, 19-year-old, they won't probably in the season that you get their card, the new season card, they probably won't have the use in that season that you get their card, because they might be still trying to break into the team. So by the time that they're then breaking into the first team, it's probably going to be the season after or a few seasons after you've bought them, which then makes them a classic card, right? So having it just as classic, where you can play the new season and the old season, actually makes kind of sense. I think if they had it more as the new season, then it would kind of mean that it would almost negate sitting on under 23 players, because then the focus would be on trying to just pick up under 23 players that are the here and now. So I think that's why we haven't seen the new season transitioned over to under 23. It's only just classic, because most under 23s will not be ready to be scoring well in the season that they're minted. For me, it sucks that if I have a player this year that I think is good, and I buy in on time for a good price, that player could end up being a star in the Prem or something, but then I'd have to buy his new card as well to play. Hold on a minute. What do you mean here? For me, it sucks that if I have a player this year, right, that I think is good, yeah, and I buy in on time for a good price, the player could end up being a star in the Prem or something, but then I'd have to buy his new card as well to play in season. Yes, or you could just use, you could use him as the old classic card, and then you could just focus on buying other players for the new season. The fact that you can still use them, at least one of them, in the in season, I think is obviously important. Because let's imagine that Sorare crazily suggested that in season was purely new season cards, right? That would be insane, because then that would have massively, massively killed the appeal, in my opinion, of the classic cards. The fact that they still give you a little bit of an opportunity to use your classic cards in the new in-season competitions is good. Ideally, we would have liked it to have been a bit more, right? More than one, but we also get it. Free to Scout, I personally like the aspect to grind classic tournaments to then have enough cards to play the in-season tournaments. But that's just me. I always love to grind out games instead of going pay to win. I think the other thing that we need to talk about here, which I don't think I've seen in the chat at the moment. So apologies if you have mentioned it yourself. But the other thing that we find in the current format, let's bring this here. So in the current format of Sorare, what happens is that because the rewards are not that high value, and because also the rewards are all in the wrong places, and they are you have the wrong rewards going to the wrong managers essentially based on their level. What you've got at the moment is that when you do win a card, this is a bit of a generalization, right? But I would like to guess that most managers probably would like to sell the card if it's a player that they don't really want. And this system here, I think, is more designed so that it will also mean that you will have less of an incentive in many ways to be listing your cards up for sale, your new cards up for sale, because winning a new card is essentially your entry ticket to then play the competitions that kind of matter more, because the cash rewards in there are going to be so good. So if I won a new season card, I'd probably, in the new format, I probably would be thinking, I don't think I should sell it, because then it just allows me to play more of the in-season, right? Of the new season competitions. Whereas in the current format, even if I want a new season card, there's not really an obligation to keep it, because like I don't have competitions that require me to have the new season cards, really, right? I think I can't remember who it was, but somebody was asking yesterday, like, why this kind of format here, this card cycle loop, is sustainable for Sorare, because they didn't really see how it could be. And the way I kind of explained it is that if you think about the current format right now, let's say that I don't play Sorare and that I was going to play Sorare today, right? Completely from fresh. And I did not have any money in the game. I'd never played Sorare before. I could come into Sorare, I could put £200 into the game, and I could spend that whole £200 on secondary cards. So like cards on the secondary market, right? Now Sorare gets a little bit of that money from the secondary market fee, but most of the money is going to managers, okay? It's not going to Sorare. So I put the £200 into the game. I buy my cards that I can then compete in Threshold, and then I'm rinsing the $50 every week, okay? And then that $50, I decide I'm not going to reinvest at all. I'm just going to be taking it out of the game. Sorare's basically not making any money from that, but they are losing a lot of money essentially, because they haven't got any money from me when I put the money into the game. I've given it to other managers in the game who could equally take that money out. And then I'm also not spending in the game, so I'm not giving Sorare any money to fund the prize pools, which I'm then accessing and tapping into. What I'm doing is I'm essentially just draining money out of the game, right? And that's not sustainable, whereas this is, because this is effectively putting the big prizes and the things that are worth winning behind a paywall. That's essentially the way you need to look at it, is that this is a paywall, but it's a good paywall, which is weird to say, because there are not many good paywalls, but it's a paywall that makes sense, because in order to access this here, I need to spend money with Sorare. I need to spend money with Sorare in one or two ways. I either buy a new season card, or I buy classic cards, old cards, which I can buy from the secondary market to then win them. So then Sorare will also still get some secondary market money there. But essentially, unless you're winning loads of these cards here, you're probably going to need to dip your hand into your pocket and buy the new season cards from time to time, so that you can actually enter all of the new season competitions, or as many as you want to, because that's really where you're gonna be wanting to win the prizes, right? So really, really cool. Are you better to recycle through Div 1 and Div 2 so that you can get the good rewards in Div 2 and avoid the powerful teams in Div 1? One of the things that we talked about, not yesterday, but one of the things that came up in the feedback group that I'm in with Sorare, is that Let's bring up the divisions here. Let's bring up. Oh, here we go. Let me find it. Okay, let me bring up the prize pool. 1 second. Here we go. Let's go down here. I thought we already had the blog up. Apparently we did, but I've closed it down. Let's go back to the competition structure, because I think it's a really good point from the Don. So one of the things, let's just bring up this prize pool here for the limited classic champion. Yeah. So one of the things that was brought up in the feedback group is how are Sorare going to control or regulate abuse around the promotion relegation. So what we mean by that is what if somebody deliberately tries to get themselves relegated so that then they can then dominate Division 2 and just start to clean up the high-end rewards, right? And I think that's an important point, because you almost, if you want people to be like climbing to the top, it needs to be that they get to the top and they want to stay there. But you also need to make it so that even if they're not in the real top end, they're still getting good rewards, right? For example, does it make sense in Division 2 to be getting the tier 4s and tier 5s? As in, does it make sense to stay in Division 2 if you're only realistically winning the tier 4s and tier 5s? Probably not. In that case, you'd probably think, I don't want to win a tier 4, tier 5. If I get myself relegated down to here, I'd actually be winning the tier 1s and the tier 2s a lot more. So then people could think, okay, this doesn't make sense. I'm supposed to be in the higher division. I'm supposed to be climbing, but actually I need to go down so I can start to target the tier 1s and tier 2s rather than be swimming in the tier 3s, tier 4s, and tier 5s. And this was actually one of my concerns that I've had for a while with the prize pool, and we've always said it, is that for me personally, I almost feel like you shouldn't have tier 4s and tier 5s in Division 2. And I mentioned that yesterday, because kind of if you do, managers are going to start to think, there's no point in me being in this Division 2, and I don't really have enough to be climbing up into Division 1, so I'm going to just get myself relegated to Division 3 so that then I can start to win these. And then if they do, then they can start to like strengthen their team, right? Which then might make them get promoted back up in Division 2. And then with those players that they win here, like the tier 1s and tier 2s, they could then have another go in Division 2 where they're not swimming in tier 4s and tier 5s, but they're then starting to challenge for promotion maybe, right? So maybe Sorare don't view it as a bad thing that managers could intentionally get themselves relegated to step back, because that's what almost happens in the real world as well. They don't intentionally get relegated, but if you're just not good enough to get more than a tier 4, tier 5, then you can resign yourself to being relegated down here, start to win these here, which will improve your team. But I don't know whether we want to have a situation in the game where managers are intentionally thinking that I need to get myself relegated. And I think that's a question that we asked in the feedback group that Sorare are going to give us an answer on. They don't have an answer for us yet, but I think this is the danger where you don't tier the prizes properly. And I don't think that realistically you should have tier 5s and tier 4s in here. I'd like to see a higher proportion of tier 3s in here, personally. And I think having the tier 4s in here is fine. I just think I would have tiered it differently, where I would have had the tier 5s here, tier 5s up to star. I would have had the tier 5s up to star in here. Then I would have had tier 4s as the bare minimum in Division 3. And then in Division 2, the minimum here would have been a tier 3, as the same as the Division 1. That's how I would have done it differently. That's why they do on FIFA, where good players in higher divisions in rivals would demote themselves to face weaker players to get objectives done, then go up again. Yeah. I mean, do people think that's going to be an issue? That anybody who's playing in, say, Division 2 or Division 3, it doesn't really matter. But do you guys think that that could be an issue where rather than thinking I need to be climbing to the top, you're actually thinking, you know what, I'm just going to get myself relegated on purpose so that then I can just dominate in a lower division? Because that almost seems counterintuitive and counterproductive to what they're trying to encourage in this update, is that you should be trying to progress and trying to get the top rewards and keep climbing rather than intentionally trying to go down just then to dominate down here. I think it's inevitable that will happen. People always find ways to exploit the system. Arthur's overwhelmed. I mean, what's the way that you combat that from stopping people from intentionally getting relegated? One of the things, maybe we go into the facts here as well. Where's the facts actually? Here we go. Because I think one of the things that they covered down at the bottom, I think it was at the bottom, is around the promotion and relegation, right? Yeah, here we go. Will I be relegated if I fail to submit a lineup? So if you got promoted up into a division and then you just found that it was really, really too difficult to win more than a tier 4, if you fail to submit a lineup to get yourself relegated, then during the transition phase, it wouldn't get you relegated. You would just remain in the division. But that doesn't mean that you could submit a lineup of players that are just going to DMP, right? Like, you know that they're going to DMP, so you can just enter a lineup and then they all have a 0 score because you know that's what's going to happen. And then you intentionally get yourself relegated. PSG cards on the auction, lads. Thank you so much, Breza, for letting us know. We're going to go and check those out right now. With 3 teams, I think I would try to keep 1 team in Division 2 at least. Then I know a whale has a really strong Division 1 lineup. I'll switch best lineup to Division 2 or equally with Div 2 versus Div 3. And then Yannick says, I'm not sure if I want to invest in Sorare. It's a very, very good game. It's a very good game. It's a very fun game. It is actually kind of almost probably the best time to invest in Sorare because the prices are still at their all-time low. We have this new format now. So if you're a completely new manager, if you've not invested, then it's a great time because you are going to be able to put money in the game and you kind of know how the game's going to look over the next year or so. Whereas existing managers we're only just learning now that the game's going to change. So some managers will have to change and adapt to it, whereas there's no adaptation for new managers. So really good. But with everyone who is thinking about investing in Sorare, only invest as much as what you can afford to lose, and obviously as much as what you can afford as well. So don't put money into the game that you can't afford. As in, if you've got other things, if you're strapped for cash, then don't start putting the money that really should be going to more important life things. Don't start putting that into Sorare. It needs to be disposable income that you can play with, right? Almost like you have entertainment money, and if you put it into the game and you don't get all of it back, or if you lose all of it, you're okay with it. It needs to be like that. So just be very, very careful. Let's have a look at the PSG cards as well, because Breza just said that the PSG cards are up. So let's go and have a little look at them. I like how this stream and this chat are not all whales with delusional ideas like on the Sorare Data podcast. Yeah, we like to keep it real, don't we? We like to keep it grounded, you know? We're the voice of the common people over here on Free Tip Scout channel. And especially me being a budget manager as well, I can really relate to much more actually to some of the issues and some of the ways that budget managers play rather than the whales. So yeah, I think we have a few whales swimming in here, don't we? But it's just fine. Like, whales are definitely, like, they're welcome. They really are, because we need to have all the perspectives, right? But yeah, I don't think that we ever have a chat that's completely dominated by whales that are then a little bit out of touch with free-to-play players or low-budget manager players and whatnot, right? Let's go to the auctions here. Let's check out the PSG boys here. Okay. Sort by newly listed, I reckon. Have they sent a message out on their Twitter? Sorare. Not whales, just rhinos. They haven't. Where can I find it? You think they've been removed? Yeah, I was going to say, I can't see them. We did type PSG in here, and then we type Paris, and it's not coming up. We could do League One, for example. Maybe we can do a little bit of a... Where's the league here? Here we go, the league. Maybe we need to do the French League One, specifically. That might be the way to get around it, if we can find them that way. If not, then they probably have been removed, right? Let's go... These are the newest ones, so we don't see them. They've gone, have they? Yeah, they've been removed. Well, we knew they were coming, right? We guessed that they were going to be coming. So hopefully they do come later today. Is anybody actually buying any PSG cards at all? Is anybody now going to be buying the new PSG cards because of the update? Or were you already planning on buying PSG cards? I'm not. I'm not buying... I couldn't afford to anyway, because they're going to be mad expensive. But I also don't need to. They don't fit in with my gallery. And I think when it comes to European players now, so like League One, Bundesliga, Premier League, I'm not buying any new season cards for those leagues at all. I am going to be buying them for the 24-25 season. I don't mind during this transition period. I don't mind just playing like the Premier League and like the champions or whatnot with classic cards, and trying to win some of the current season cards that way. But at this point of the season, for me personally, my focus has now been more on MLS, America, Asia. I'm not really focused on Asia. If I was going to spend in the game today, I would be focusing on those cards which are going to give you much more utility over the course of the next 6 months than the European cards, actually. It's going to be interesting to see how much the PSG cards go for. When they come back up again on the market, do let me know, guys, actually, because we'll go and check them out. But yeah, it looks like they have been removed. Let's check out some of the facts here. Let's close some of this down too, so it gets a little bit less confusing. Let's go back to the facts here. Okay. Why was the current Sorare Pro gameplay not sustainable? Yeah, Sorare managers don't have reasons to grow. One thing that I've seen, I wonder what you guys think about this, right? Some of the opinions that I've seen in Discord, on Twitter, from a lot of managers, is that the way they interpret this update is that Sorare has failed to attract enough new users to date. And their whole business model at the moment is based on selling cards, right, on the new card auctions market. And if you're not able to sell new cards to new managers, and then your existing managers are not buying the cards, then you have a problem, right? A lot of people have been saying that they feel like this is an update because they feel like their growth has stalled, and that they now need to try and
to the real world.
They need to try and get more money out of their existing users. Do people agree with that sentiment? Do people think that that is the case, that Sorare maybe feel, even though they're not admitting it, maybe feel that they are struggling and they're going to struggle to attract new users? I personally don't agree with that. I think that there's still loads of growth for Sorare, especially with the rivals. What I do think is that they have not grown enough with the new user base at all, because they have not they've not created a game that is healthy enough in terms of the market, the competitions, the rewards, and that has not been very appealing to new users who have come into the game. So they might have attracted new users, but then they haven't stuck around for very long. It's only really been the hardcore guys that really believe in it and are happy to weather the storm that have then maybe stuck around, who have been new users. So I'd like to know what you guys think about that. And I also want to say a thank you to Screaming Duck 25 for the follow, man. Welcome into the channel. So Robert thinks the same. Yeah, Robert does think that there's a little bit of truth to that. So does Twitch Gaming as well. And Sopsy think there's a small bit of that as well. So you guys think there's maybe a little bit of an element of truth to that, right? That maybe one of the reasons why we're getting this type of an update, which is now really pushing buying new cards and enforcing the fact that you need to have new cards in the competitions that really matter to win the cash. Again, that kind of that paywall system, where if you want this here, which is kind of hidden, not hidden, but it's tucked away behind this this restriction, then you need to be able to spend money with us to do it. Interesting that people think that. The Donna Sorare, they fuck up user sentiment and then people are less willing to recommend to others. Yeah, I agree with that. I do agree with the Don there. I think one of the big frustrations for existing managers, you guys, and for me, a lot of you guys will probably be able to relate to this, right? Is that Sorare as a game is so cool and the concept of it is so great, right? But if you've been playing Sorare for the past 2 years, what you would have seen is almost a catalogue of bizarre decisions, mistakes, changes in the game which haven't often improved the sentiment and haven't made the game feel like it's very positive, haven't made the community feel very, very positive. And kind of, obviously the big one is that this is a game where your product, your cards have real world value. But then, of course, if you don't keep the game in a way where the card values are healthy and that the card values actually just constantly drop down and almost evaporate, then it then becomes very, very difficult for anybody that you've attracted new into the game who's then seen that and thought, oh, this isn't for me because I've just put money in, I've lost a lot of money, I'm also struggling to win anything that's worthwhile, I don't see the progression, I don't understand why Sorare are doing this and they're not doing that, and blah, 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 blah. Those types of managers that are new, that are then experiencing that, who then either decide to leave or still stick around but then just don't spend, for sure they're not going to be recommending the game to people, right? They're not going to be saying, come and play this game that I've just started playing because I'm losing money and I'm not winning anything, right? And I don't know how I can progress, and I can't sell my cards, and blah, 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 right? And et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's been quite frustrating for managers that have stuck with the game as well, because we all want it to do well, but it feels like Sorare have also been tripping over themselves and almost making it being their own enemy, almost being their own worst enemy, where they haven't really, and I think I'm going to bring up again, I think that's how I kind of interpreted it when we read it on the article yesterday. Let's bring it up again. Yeah, this here. So basically, this current format that we've had in the game has been in the game since 2021. So about 3 years or so, 2.5 or so, 3 years, it's been in the game. It hasn't really changed since 2021, but the landscape has completely changed. Like the market has changed, the global economy's changed, right? But they've just maintained the same kind of format that was quite good 2.5, 3 years ago, that probably a year and a half ago wasn't that good anymore. So they should have really changed it then, but they've been very slow at changing it. And unfortunately, that's also kind of held back the growth that they could have had if they had adapted the game to be much more relevant, much more rewarding, much more engaging, much more progressive, so that then anyone that you do attract into the game feels like it is a good place to be, and that they see the value in sticking around and putting more money into the game. So I think if there was any lesson to be learned from Sorare is that, and maybe they wouldn't admit it, but I feel like if they were being honest, they'd probably say that they've just been a little bit too slow to evolve the actual game and to make sure that the game stayed relevant for its users, not just relevant, but fun and rewarding. They've just been very slow at evolving the game in itself. Far too slow. They've been almost too focused on trying to expand the game and expand the company, which they've done very well. They've got all the licenses that they need, and we all get that because they had to go out and try and cement their position as like the number one company, the number one player in this market. But it has massively come at the expense of early adopters in the game, and it's massively come at the expense of growth as well, to try and attract and retain those new people that just simply haven't really connected with the product, because the product itself hasn't evolved enough to be fresh and relevant today. What percentage do we think budget managers make up of the whole user base? I'd love to know. I don't know. I mean, it's interesting because there's so many of the low cost cards. So the low cost cards, obviously, there's loads of them for budget managers out there. I'm a budget manager myself, so if you don't know, I don't have very expensive players in my gallery, and I don't tend to target them. One of the reasons I haven't tended to target them is not because I don't like the top end performance, because I really do. But one of the things that's often put me off about doing it, about investing in them, is that when I have invested in an expensive player on Sorare in the past, I've often found that the level of scoring that you get from them can be amazing, but I can also, and I know myself, I can find players that can offer close to or the same levels of scoring, maybe not as often as those top elite players, but for significantly lower in value. And the big thing that's kind of put me off about investing in those expensive players is that when I started playing Sorare, I actually thought that if you invest in like a player that's like £500 or whatever, right? That's a lot of money. That's a hell of a lot of money. But if you invest in that player who is a top player, then it almost should be not that risky, because then if I've invested in like a Haaland, for example, Haaland's like a top player, okay? Unless he gets like a career-threatening injury or he retires, then it should be pretty good, right? And then I don't mind having all that money tied up in them because it's actually a prudent investment. But one of the things that's kind of put me off about spending more in Sorare is the fact that you can spend a lot on a player, and because of the way that the game has been structured, and the rewards have not been balanced in the game, and the overall balance of demand and supply, how much they mint versus how many new users has been coming in, has just been all out of whack. I've seen and I've experienced myself where those really expensive players just decrease in value, and it's not because they are doing anything wrong in the real world. They're still performing very, very good. It's it's because we have a game, we've had a game that has simply just been a little bit too broken in several areas, which then means that the value of those players erodes for not because the player's done anything wrong, just because the game hasn't been managed properly. So that's been putting me off, the fact that I don't want to, for example, spend 500 on a player, for that player then, for no fault of their own, to be like £100 or 150 or less than that, right? It's a lot of money to lose when you yourself have not done anything wrong. You've invested in a very good player, but their value hasn't maintained in the game, despite them doing really, really well. The other reason, of course, and the big reason, is that the game also didn't really give me enough of a reason to do that, as they have said several times, and they even said it in the facts area as well, didn't they? Yeah, look, that Sorare managers don't have reasons to grow and build their collections. There's not enough reasons to go out and buy the top elite players, because you can just stay at the mid-range, right? You can just be very comfortable just rinsing the threshold, which is going to be worth way more for most managers than winning other rewards in the other competitions. So it's a combination of the two. Thank you for It's Bit Horse for the sub, man. Thank you so much and welcome back in. FTS, maybe it's too early. Also, don't want to interrupt the stream, but if I do review my gallery coupon, will you help giving me direction considering this update? I'm sure that's going to be a very popular one, isn't it now? The review my gallery, since we've had this update. I might need to increase the cost of review my gallery just because the demand is going to push it up. Rivals is good for onboarding, but it does not incentivize to buy new cards. If you have pro cards, you cannot compete, and within the app, you cannot see the full scope of the game. So new managers probably mainly stay in Rivals. They are going to be changing it. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. The way that they've done Rivals at the moment, I will be honest with you, I don't think is good at all. And they know that from me, and I've also been very open with everybody here about how I feel about Rivals. I think Rivals should have been in a much better position before they launched it. And they had a lot of feedback during the beta to make it more attractive, to make it more rewarding, and to make it make more sense for new managers coming in. Unfortunately, Sorare don't really tend to do things that way. They have a kind of, they have their own way of rolling things out in the game. And what that usually means is that they'll roll something out in the game that won't be 100% or even like 90% like perfect. It will be kind of around like 60%. It's good. You see the potential in it, but there's still a lot of things that need like working on. And that's what they're doing at the moment. So over the next month or so, the Rivals should hopefully be in a much better position. And then it will not only be more fun to play, more rewarding, but the transition to get people going from Rivals to Pro will hopefully make a lot more sense as well. I think you're right. I think at the moment, there probably isn't that much of a big incentive or a big flow to go from Rivals into Pro at the moment. But I think they'll be changing it. I'm sure they'll be looking at lots of data as well about how many people do sign up, that do start playing Rivals, and how many of them do convert to Pro. And that with that data, they can then work out what things need to be changed, right? Yeah, I probably do need to make it like 30K. Right. Yeah, what's the exact definition of in-season cards, also referred as new season cards? We already know that. Has anybody reached out to Sorare? Because this is a frequently asked questions page which is constantly evolving. You can see that, look, this is a living document that will be updated frequently. Has anybody asked a question that is not on the frequently asked questions page here, the facts page, that maybe everybody should know about? What happens if a player transfers leagues with differing end months? That's quite a good question, actually. The initial league the player is designated with on the card determines the season status. For example, if a player moves from the Premier League to the MLS in January, the player's Premier League card will be marked Classic Season once the next Premier League season begins. Okay. It's quite cool too that they have, it's quite cool too that they've provided this link here for the Opta Power Rankings, because the Opta rankings are kind of determining what tier a real world league is placed in. And I know that I saw a few people, most notably I think it was Sorare Argentina, that isn't happy that Argentina, bring it up actually. Let's bring that up so that you guys can see it. I think Sorare Argentina wasn't happy that Argentina has been placed in the contender. So contender has the most amount of leagues, and the way that it's being viewed is that contender and the level of these leagues are all quite comparable. So, for example, they are essentially saying that the level of Argentina, or the football in Argentina, is almost on the same level as the Scottish Premier League, or the Scottish Premiership, or the La Liga Smart Bank, which is a little bit controversial. A little bit controversial. And the reason why it is like that is because they use this power ranking, which Opta do, and they kind of they rank the clubs and the leagues based on their own kind of metrics, right? And I just think that the Argentinian league and the clubs from the Argentinian league just don't place that high up in this table here. That's part of it. I mean, we could probably look for the highest Argentinian. Search by team league. Okay. So if we do what? Argentina. Like the Liga Professional Argentina. Yeah. So River Plate is the highest ranked Argentinian team, for example. And then River Plate. If we look at River Plate, we can't look at it like that. But if we were to go down, we might be able to search for it. No. River Plate on this rankings here. Where are they? Is this a European one? River Plate don't even turn up on the first page here. Because they're 81, right? So River Plate must be around here somewhere. There they are, look. So River Plate are there. So they're quite low down in comparison to a lot of the clubs around the world. And that's a big reason. That's a big reason why they're kind of being grouped down like that. But I was a little bit surprised when I saw that, because when we were looking at the leagues yesterday, would I put the Argentinian league on the same level as the La Liga Smart Bank? I wouldn't. I wouldn't at all. I wouldn't also put the Argentinian league at the same level as the Swiss Super League, for example. But it's in there. It's in there. I think the surprising thing for me was around the J League and the K League, because those leagues are really starting to improve a lot. But again, they will have clubs that won't rank very high in the Opta ranking, which is why they're grouped in here. So I think the key here is that I saw a little bit of outrage from some managers that why are some leagues in here or here, and they shouldn't be. And especially if you're from that country, right? You might be like, why are we kind of grouped down here when we should be kind of with some of the bigger leagues around here, right? But it's not like Sorare are cherry picking who goes in what. It's all pretty much done from the Opta metric. So it's kind of fair. even though some of it might on the surface be a little bit surprising, but it's designed so that like there should be a fair competitive environment between the scoring of the players, right? PSG auctions, they're back proper now. Okay, cool. We'll check it out then. And it's actually a good point. Like, I think the League 2 is here. Look, I don't think you can see it. Let me just zoom in a little bit. Let me scroll across. You're asking where is the French League 2? It's really small. You can almost not see it. It's there, look. It's there. That's where the French League 2 is there. Yeah, so that's the French League 2. And you've got the La Liga Smart Bank. You've got the Bundesliga 2 there. You've got the Croatian Super League, the Austrian Bundesliga. You've got Mexico, Liga MX there. You've got, this is the Serie B. You've got the Chilean League as well. You've got Peru, China, Switzerland, Russia, and then the Elite Syrian. High tier, second div teams could be nice investments for scoring, plus entry in champion potential, no? Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at the contenders, right? I think if you look at the, let's just zoom it out again. Really good points by everyone. I think if you look at the contenders, oh, that's too zoomed out, no? Let's bring it in like there, that's fine. I think if I had a Celtic team, if I had a Celtic stack, I'm gonna be loving it. I'm going to be loving it right now that you're going up against people that have the Liga Smart Bank, that have that's the Colombian, isn't it? Colombian division. Now the Colombian division, to be fair, they have some big scorers in there, but you know Celtic are massive. I feel like Celtic teams would still do incredible in the contenders there. Really good. Is it Ecuador? Is it Ecuador? Sorry, yeah, it is Ecuador, isn't it? Wait, there's no Colombian flag then. I'd guess that the Colombian would be in here because the Colombian Primera R is also covered. But yeah, you're right. It is actually Ecuador, isn't it? Thank you. Yeah. Contenders is Celtic top 3. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Contenders is just like pure Celtic rampage in here. I mean, who else would probably run riot in here? Maybe you could argue Hamburg could probably run riot as well, because we know that they're quite heavy hitting. I mean, there are players in all of these leagues that have the potential to do really good, but to be honest with you, the standouts for me is that Celtic will probably dominate quite well. Zagreb, yeah, Zagreb's a good shout. Yeah, probably Zagreb. They've not been as good this season though, have they, Dynamo Zagreb? But technically, with the players they've got, they should be able to dominate. So like Zagreb stacks could do very well in contender. Yeah, good shout. Zenit St. Petersburg, yeah, good shout from the Don. Yeah. So Zenit, Celtic, Zagreb. I mean, you could argue as well. Actually, in fact, you could argue very well in the Elite Syrian, if Rosenborg got their act together this season, they could do fantastic as well. Because Rosenborg's such a big team in Norway, but they had such a shocking season last year. They're not quite up to the same standard as like the Molds and the Bodos, especially Bodo. God, can you imagine if Bodo Glimt was a licensed club in SORARE? Forget about Celtic, forget about Zenit St. Petersburg. You would need to have the Bodo stack. But thankfully, in many ways, they're not licensed in the game because SORARE don't have the full license for Elite Series, and they only have the license to mint Rosenborg players. But if they had the license to mint Bodo, I can tell you right now, I'm not kidding. I'm actually not kidding. I can tell you right now, if they had the license to mint Bodo, which they don't have and they probably wouldn't be able to get anytime soon because Ultimate Champions has the license for it. But in an ideal world, if they did have the license to mint Bodo, I would go hard on Bodo. I would probably end up selling some of my gallery to fund a Bodo build because they're just that insanely good. And I love the players they've got as well. Be brilliant. Yeah. Bodo do have some players that have cards now, for sure. They do, yeah. But there's not really a lot of them. The Croatian League is not underestimated, but because the Croatian League, there are some really good teams in there. Like we know there's Rijeka, we know there's Lokomotiva Zagreb, we know that there is Dynamo Zagreb, there's Hajduk Split, right? So these kind of 4 teams, for me, do really good. You could also argue that Osijek could do really good too, but what we're really talking about are like the big teams that can really dominate like often. And there's probably a few in there, but when you consider some of the teams in here, this is going to be very competitive, isn't it? Champions. I think with this update, what's clear is that the prices of champion players now are going to be expensive. They're already expensive anyway. The way that I look at how this update is going to change the game is that champion players the expensive players in champions are going to get more expensive. Then the players for challenger are, some of them are going to get expensive, some of them are not. So if we look at, for example, the Turkish Super League, okay? The Turkish Super League, there are teams in the Turkish Super League now, or there are players from the Turkish Super League that now will have to be competing against players from the MLS. Now, that would be the case anyway in All-Star in the current format, but under this new tier system, there are simply just teams in the Turkish Super League that are just going to be irrelevant now. Like, to be honest, let's be honest about it, they're going to be irrelevant. Let me bring up an example, okay? Let me bring up an example. Okay, so let's bring up the Turkish Super League. So this is the Turkish Super League right now. We've got a team like Sivasspor, okay? Now, a lot of you guys know about Sivasspor because obviously I recently had Ali Varul as my main goalkeeper for Threshold. I also had Samba Camara, so I had this nice defensive stack. Sivasspor for me, if you have a Sivasspor collection, forget it. Forget it right now, honestly, because how is Sivasspor going to be able to compete? How are players from Sivasspor going to be able to compete in Challenger against all these other really cool leagues that have really cool, good, strong teams from them, especially the MLS as well? The MLS is so high scoring that someone like Sivasspor, the value of them, I just can't see is going to maintain. Excuse me. I don't see it maintaining. You can, so basically, yeah, can't you compete as you'd be matched in a division that suits your standard of card? Sure. But if I'm in Division 4, right, and maybe I'm in Division 4 with, let's say, for example, I have a San Jose Earthquakes team in Division 4. San Jose Earthquakes has the potential to smash Sivasspor out the park every week. Because even though I'm in Division 4, I'm playing with players that frankly just don't score high enough anymore in the new format. Like Sivasspor players were very good to target for Threshold for the cap modes of Cap 220, right? In the current format. In this new format, you're going to need players that can hit top scores regularly. Sivasspor can't. They don't have that, right? So There's going to be teams like that you're just simply going to look at now, and you're almost just going to be like, they're almost just trying to avoid them. Because in the new format, let's bring them up as well. In the new format, I just can't see how they're going to be able to give you the scoring that you need to be progressing in the game. So you can see here, this was Sivasspor's last game. They had Ali Varol, who got a clean sheet. This guy got a score of 66.8. Camera got 75.4. This guy got 66.4. Everybody else done kind of like pretty poor, right? This is not unusual for Sivasspor. This is actually kind of the best that you can expect really from Sivasspor pretty much every week, okay? If you have a collection from Sivasspor, this is not going to be good enough in the new format at all. It doesn't matter if you're Division 1 or Division 4. This isn't going to cut it anymore. This would be great for the cap modes, right? Imagine this guy here. L15 of 45, use him in cap 220. This score of 66 is great for cap 220. It's perfect. It's brilliant, okay? We've also got Samba Camera, of course, who has an L15 of 51. Perfect for Threshold. It's not going to be too high that you can't put a balanced team out for Threshold. And he's hitting you this amazing score with good AA. This score by itself is actually fantastic. So if he was doing this regularly, which he can do, this is going to be perfect in a new format, right? But the point I'm making here is that this team is not strong enough to have players from to realistically compete for prizes and promotion in the new format. It's just not at all. Whereas obviously a team like, let's go back here. Whereas a team like Adana, who is a pretty strong team, they'll do okay. Kasim Pasa, will they really be able to, having a lot of players from Kasim Pasa, will that really help you in the new format? I don't think so. I think you almost need to be trying to target the clubs that you think can perform consistently week in, week out, those really, really big scores, to give you the best chance of yeah, like a Girona 2.0. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, I think it's interesting because today, in the current format, I would often be trying to pick up players from like a Kasim Pasa or an Istanbul or a Sivasspor or a Kayserispor, right? Even Gaziantep. You guys know that I had a lot of players from Gaziantep. I had Pappy, I had Arda, I had Max Allen Gradle as well. I had a couple of players from it, and I also had another player as well. I can't remember his name, right? But the only reason that I really targeted them was because they were going to kind of help me mainly for Threshold, because their level of scoring is not consistently very high. It's not the high end. It's kind of like 50, maybe 60, right? In the current format, that's fine. But in the new format, would I look at any players from Gaziantep? Forget it. Forget it. No way. No way. Now what I'm thinking is that if I would target for the new format, if I would target any teams from the Turkish Super League, then I would start to target Trabzonspor or Besiktas or Adana, right? And I might not be able to get all of them, but I would try and target maybe the more expensive player from Adana rather than spending the same amount of money, but on three cheap, like three lower end type of players. So if I had £50 to spend, I would much prefer in the new format to spend £50 on a quality player from Adana than spending £50 on three average players from Gaziantep, because actually those average players are not going to have as much inherent value in the game to help you progress and ultimately win the card awards, which can help unlock the new season cards, the new season competitions, so then you can play in those and then win the money. Whereas if I buy a £50, top quality player and it's just one player I get from Adana, then I would trust that player more in the new format to be delivering more consistently for me. So I think it comes down to like the level of scoring and the consistency of the scoring. That is completely changed now. In the current format, you don't need to target the very, very top level players. You actually can get away with targeting the low level players that consistently hit mid range and also slightly low. But you can also get away with targeting players that aren't very consistent, because that works in the cap mode system right now, where then you can use them when you think they're going to be doing better than what they have been. In the new system, I think you need to be targeting players that consistently, week in, week out, give you scores of 70, 80. And those players are expensive, but they're going to be worth investing in more so than the players that I just mentioned. Yeah. so pay to win. Yeah. I mean, I think anybody who doesn't see this update as a move towards a bit more of a pay to win is probably kidding themselves. Now, it's not 100% pay to win, but there is an element of pay to win here. For sure there is. Like, at the moment, you can scout low-cost cards and you can win pretty good with them. As I showed you guys with my team, right? As I showed you guys earlier today with this team here that's currently 7th at the moment. In the new format, there's no way I'm scouting and picking up a Jesus Garza or a Gradle or a Knock. I'm not picking up those players in the new format. I'm looking at players of a higher quality than that in the new format. So the scouting right now that you can do at the low end, the budget end, is great, because then budget managers actually have, if they're really good, if they have a real good eye and good knowledge for being able to scout low and scout those players that they think can do really well, great. In the new system, the new format, you're going to be almost more rewarded for scouting the players that you think can consistently do scores of 70, and they might be up and coming players. So if you're targeting under 23, or if you've got really good knowledge on under 23, you're probably going to be rewarded a lot more in the new format than you are in the current format. But essentially, yeah, you need to start targeting the higher level teams, the stronger teams, the obscure players that you've never heard about. I'd say that it's still kind of good to look at them from time to time, but you almost need to be going with tried and tested. Yeah, less scattergun, pick a comp, play win cards, play new comp, win money, progress to the next comp. Yeah, true. Very true. My question then is, what to do with these mid players? Look to sell. Will anyone buy, though? So here's what I'm going to tell you guys what I would do if I had a lot of mid-range or low-level cards, right? I would try to sell a lot of them. And then if I couldn't sell a lot of them, I would then just try to trade them. And I would probably take a bit of a loss in them by doing that, but I think it would be worth it in the long run. I would try to downsize it. This is for me. I'm not telling that you guys should do this, right? But for me, if I was in that position, which I'm not really anymore, because you guys know that I've already been over the last few months downsizing my limited cards mainly. And then the rare cards that I've been building a quality rare collection, which is why I don't need to do anything in my gallery today, right? Even after the update. But if I did have a lot of mid-range cards, I would be selling them off, but I would be keeping a few of them. I wouldn't sell all of them, but I would just reduce the quantity of them so that then I could improve the quality of my gallery. So it's almost like having a quantity gallery today has been in many ways kind of good, because you can then play more teams, and especially at the lower levels. But you need to be thinking more about reducing the quantity to improve the quality. That's how I would be looking at it today. What we're going to do really quickly, because I'm out of my drink, I'm just going to take a quick 2-minute break here. I'm going to get a top up of my drink. And then what we're going to do, when we come back, we're going to start to discuss and look at the prize pools a bit more. and then I want to get more of your opinions, guys, about um, what you think about this update and how it changes things in Sorare. So 2 minute break, really. Don't go anywhere. Do stay around, stick around if you can, and I'll see you guys in 2 minutes time. Okay, so we are back again, guys. And we're going to, if you're just tuning in and you're wondering what we've been up to, we have been just exploring and diving a little bit deeper into this massive, the biggest update ever in the history of Sorare. Absolutely huge. I think what I want to try and look at next, I think, because we didn't really spend a lot of time on it yesterday, is around the prize pool, which is actually, let's go back. It's actually in the second blog, this one here. And I still want to hear what everyone thinks about it. Chat, what the fuck do I do with a rare Joe Willis? I think you keep the Joe Willis, no? I would anyway. I'd be keeping him if I was you. Yeah, so this new format's good. Here we go. Let's bring it up again. Let's close some of this down as well, so it gets a little bit less confusing. Okay. I tell you what the update does for me is that I don't have a very big. I have quite a strong under 23 collection of cards, but I don't have a very big collection of under 23 cards. And the one thing that this update makes me think is that I might want to try and expand my under 23 gallery, or my set of players for under 23. Or if I can just try and win under 23 players, that'd be even better. Well, I've only got a handful, and I quite like the fact that the under 23 is the global competition, effectively. And I just think that under 23s in general, they've, in the current format, they have always been quite valuable still to have. But one of the frustrations has been that if you invested in under 23 players and you sat on them, it didn't really feel like it, your patience was rewarded, because the values of them would not really maintain at times, and it just felt like you were kind of scouting players, but then maybe there wasn't really the need to kind of hold on to them, because Sorare's been much more of a, rather than playing the game long term, you almost needed to be playing the game for the next 3 to 6 months, right? Because there's always changes. Luckily, the under 23 didn't really get touched at all, to be honest with you. But it makes me think I might want to play more under 23. But I think if I was going to play under 23, what I would almost try and do in the new format is I would then try and target under 23 players that are eligible for champions. Because I just think that if you have players that can play for champions, then often you're going to get the best utility out of them anyway, right? Because a lot of players that are playing at this level are going to be offering you midweek utility with European competitions, international game week utility as well. But then also, I really like the fact that there's going to be these standalone dedicated competitions like the Premier League, the La Liga and the Bundesliga, which you obviously won't be able to enter into if you've just got players that are eligible for challenges and contenders. So, and I really enjoyed the Prem Winter Special, and I think if we're going to get big cash prize pools in there, especially in the in-season. So this is what I mean. It's like the in-season cash pool for the Premier League and the Bundesliga and the La Liga should be very good. It should be good enough that it actually makes a lot of sense, if you can, to almost consolidate some of your gallery, free up some money, and then try to get a better representation of these top players playing in these top divisions. I think this is what I'm going to be doing anyway. If I bring my gallery up, what you'll see, and it won't really be a surprise to a lot of you that follow me regularly, right? Because you'll have a very good idea of how my gallery is structured. But if I go into my players here and I go into filters, and then I filter by, for example, Champion Europe, right? Across all scarcities, so limited, rare, super rare, unique, okay? And I apply. These are the players which I've got for that qualify for champions, okay? And what you can see quite clearly is that aside from Robin, Marco John, Odilin Kosnu, who's part of our community under 23 team, and then Ivan Audette, plus also Benedict Gimba. So we're talking about 1, 2, like 3, 4, 5. We're talking about 5 players that I have outside of my Luton Town collection. And I want to have, I think, a better representation of champion players now, because I do think, this is just my interpretation of the update, guys, right? Having read the update and had time to absorb it, I've already got enough players that are going to allow me to compete in challenges and contenders, and I think that's going to be really fun to compete in these tiers here. But I just think you get more bang for your buck when you target players like champion players, okay, in the new format. Because I think you can, like, using them in the standalone competitions. Let's bring it back. Where is it? Let's bring up that. Here we go. Here. Using them also in the standalone competitions, I think is going to be super, super valuable. FTS, do you still believe rare is the way to go, or is it smarter to go into limited now? Good question. Really good question. I mean, I think rare is still the way to go if you can target players that are higher quality. Rare, for me, was the way to go for the threshold, because you didn't need to buy players that were hundreds and hundreds of pounds that had L15s of 60, 70, 80, right? You could just buy players that had L15s of 40 or 50 that were, £5, 10 quid. And then you just knew that you're going to be winning $50 pretty much every week. Now, I think if you want to compete in rare, and probably in a lot of the scarcities, right? Not just rare exclusively, but now, if you want to go into rare, I think you do need to be, again, just targeting the better players here, not looking at... Can I give you an example? Do you think you guys would benefit from an example here? I think you probably would, right? So let me try and put what I'm saying into context so that it gives you guys an idea of how I would change my scouting for the new format. Okay, so if we done a bit of a scout here, right, player and card finder, and let's say, for example, that I was going to look for a defender in the current format, right, in rare, to help me to a reward that I would think I would want to target, which would be the threshold, right, in the current format. So what I would do is I would look for somebody that has like a high AA, okay? As with defenders, it's really important that you can try and get someone with a high AA. So I'd put, like, say, 10 there in the L40. I'd put their percentage of games up to like 30% or something here. I'd also put this up to about 20%. I'd have the L15 around 50 and below. Don't have to do that, but again, I would be thinking about who would I try and pick up today for rare. Like, forget about the new update. If that new update had not been announced, then this is probably what I would be doing, okay? Looking for someone with an L15 of around 50, and then probably my budget here would be kind of, I don't know, up to £20, because I really want to try and get defenders or any kind of rare players under £20. So we put £22 in there, and then we filter. We're going to get a whole host of players that come up because we've kept the filters quite broad, but that's okay because I want to show you the example of what I mean, okay? So, what do I mean? Okay, so a player that I might be interested in picking up in rare to help me in the current format for threshold, if it was going to continue in the current way it is, which we know it isn't, but probably somebody that I would pick up, okay, would be, let's have a look here. I think we need it to be cheaper. Let's do, in fact, let's take it off this and let's do it on the floor price, right? Okay. do it on the floor price, right? So let's put £9 there as the floor, okay? All right. And then what I want to do, I want to sort by floor, go ascending, because, you know, like when I'm scouting and when I have been scouting for my rare players, I try to pick them up for as cheap as possible. So it then means that when I use them in Threshold, I have an easier way of recouping and an easier and quicker way of recouping the whole cost of that card much sooner, okay? So we do a filter there. We also might up certain criteria in a minute. Okay, we're going to have a quick scroll through. Yeah, that's fine. We have a lot of low-level players here, which we kind of are expecting. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. Yeah, all of this is okay. As in, they're not players that I would really target anyway. But what I want to show you is a player that I would target for Threshold today that I wouldn't actually target in the new format. Okay, nobody's really caught my eye at the moment. Okay, Rene's in there. This is actually probably quite a good example. Yeah, so Vessel Sari. So I actually quite like this guy, and I think he's fantastic. And he has been fantastic for a lot of managers in Sorare to target as a budget threshold option. You can see why. He has an L5 of 49, which is exactly the same as his L40. He has an L15 of 50. What you get with this guy is very reliable mid-range scoring. You don't actually get the scoring at the 60-point range and above. All right? This type of player is actually perfect for Threshold today. Perfect, okay? He's been perfect for Threshold for a long time. There's no real need to target anyone else who kind of can give you a lot of high-end scoring. This level of scoring is more than good enough to help you to get to 280 points, right? And he's a nice cheap option, which means that for £6.93, I can put him in Threshold to try and win the $50. He will help me to win the $50 quite regularly. And then before you, like very quickly, I've paid off the cost of that card, and I can just keep rinsing the Threshold from him, right? This isn't the type of player that you want to target in the new format, because obviously this level of scoring is nowhere near good enough anymore in a much more competitive promotion relegation format. And it's not the type of scoring that's going to help you to climb into the higher divisions or to compete properly in the divisions that you are playing in, okay? This is the type of perfect player that's good for capped mode. This is just not the type of player that you want to use outside of the cap modes at all, okay? So he would be the type of player that's great for now, or has been good for now. This is exactly the type of player that I think is going to suffer in the new format, as in I think that his price will probably just start to fall off a cliff, either in the run-up to the new format or when the new format kicks off. People are going to realize that this type of player is just not going to have the same value anymore in the new format. Whereas if we looked at, let's just keep going here. If we looked at another player, right? And again, the important part here is that there's too much mid-range and there's not enough high-end, okay? So the mid-range is great for now. In the new format, it really is not good enough. If we look at a couple of other players here, though, let's try and find another good example. Let's keep going. Don't see anybody realistically here. Okay, and then we've reached the end of the... Yeah, okay. So what we'll do instead... So these are all the players... Oh, hello. 1 second. I just spotted another player that would be a good player to talk about as an example. Lionel Carroll's another good example. So Lionel Carroll's only £7.51 in his rare. He has a really low L15 of 37. He's a very good defender. And the fact that he has this low L15 is great because, of course, in today's game, I could play him in Cap 240 and then have loads of budget left over from my points to spread around the rest of the team. I could also technically play him in cap 220 if I wanted to as well. He has an L40 of 47, so he does way better. But the problem is that his L40 of 47 doesn't really hint that he can hit the high end enough. Because if he could hit the high end enough, then he'd probably be an L40 of over 50. He hits high end, which is good. He doesn't hit it enough, right? You can see, look at the drop off. So good mid-range, then he drops off, okay? Fantastic for now, fantastic in the current format of Threshold, and he has been brilliant, and I do really like him, and I actually had his card for a long time as well. He's playing for a team that's not that great, but it doesn't really matter because his level of scoring is often good enough to give you mid-50s and above. Every now and then he'll pop up with a really big score, but this is not going to be good enough in the new format because what you're going to need is this needs to be lower, and then the proportion of 60 to 70, 70 to 80 and above, this needs to be way higher in the new format. And arguably, you need to be targeting players that can hit a lot in here, but then if you're doing that, that's where you're going to need to start to spend a lot more money because they're going to be worth it, right? They're going to command the premium if they can hit into the absolute highest range. So if you're still trying to do a budget build and you want to place around a budget in the new format, instead of targeting players that are around this range here and potentially up into this range, you need to be targeting this range here, 70 and above. And you not only need to target that range, but you need to target players that can do it consistently. This player can do it. He can hit the 80s and the 90s. He just simply can't do it enough of the time, I think, in the new format to allow you to be competitive in the new format. In the existing format, Lionel Carroll's great. Same for Vessel Sari. They can make you very competitive because they can allow you to win a lot. In the new format, not so much. I would expect these players to be dropping a lot in value for the new format. However, this is another player that I think, and I'm going to bring him up because I have him. This is a player that works perfectly in the current format, but then also works brilliant in the new format, okay? And this player is Leonardo Morales. So I have his limited and his rare, and this is another reason why I don't have to panic and start doing anything with my gallery because I've targeted players already that I think are adaptable for capped and non-capped modes, right? And someone like Leonardo Morales is brilliant because what you get is you do get a lot of mid-range, okay, with him, but he's able for a budget here without breaking the bank. We're only talking about £30 in his rare. We're talking about £1 in his limited. We're getting a player here that can hit into this range here regularly enough that I can rely on him to do it regularly enough. There'll be a few game weeks where he doesn't do it. I get it. But then I know that he'll be able to do it once every 3 or 4 games, once every 2 or 3 games, right? And that's what I'm looking for. Plus, he offers me enough in the high end. So when we look at how he scores in general, there's enough high-end scoring here that will make me very competitive in the new format. But he's also a great player for now because his scoring here is brilliant to help you hit the threshold in the new format. So this is the difference, I think, around the mindset that managers are going to need to have around how they start to play Sorare more in the future, is that these players here are not going to be worth their weight in gold, effectively, in the new format, apart from when the occasional capped mode makes an appearance, right, in the special weeklies. These players in the new format are going to be well suited because their scoring already lends itself to that. They make them competitive, especially someone like Morales, right? If you consider that he's playing in Argentina, and we go back to the format here, we've got a heavy hitter that will be able to outscore a lot of players from, like, say, the Swiss Super League or the Scottish Premier, in the Scottish Championship or whatnot, right? We have a player that can give us high-level scoring, and he's one of the heavy hitters from these leagues here. So does that make more sense to people around, like, what I'm thinking of with the scouting and how I think the game is going to start to evolve? Is that a lot of these mid-range scorers that have been great for managers to pick up on a budget, and they've been able to really help them in many cases to, hit the threshold. Maybe in Cap 220, they've been able to hit them some good rewards as well. I just don't think they're going to be able to hold their own as much in the new format. And we're going to need to start targeting on a budget, certainly on a budget. Going to need to start being a little bit more clever about trying to target players that can hit into the higher range without breaking the bank, right? And this is kind of why I like the update, because technically what they're saying is that if you want to win the best rewards, then you need to have the best players. And at the moment, if you want to win the best rewards in Sorare, you don't need to have the best players. You need to have mid-range and mediocre players to win the best rewards, which, you guys know what I'm saying, to win rewards in the threshold, which is worth more than somebody that's got better players than you, that's hit a bigger score than you, that actually hasn't won a better, more higher value reward. What Sorare is saying is that stop that nonsense right now. Let's make it so that star players are star players again. So this player is not a star player in the tier system, but this is a top player that you need to target if you want to be competitive in the new format and if you want to be progressing rather than being stuck at a level and not really having an incentive to keep moving up. Another thing here is that if we looked at the similar players for Leonardo Morales, right? It's going to give us loads of players that we could also look at that kind of are around the same level of scoring. Okay, now if we looked at somebody who's in the Champion Europe, for example. Okay, so players who are of a similar level of scoring to Leonardo Morales are the likes of Pinnock, Ricardo Rodriguez, Rico, Antonio Rudiger, Clinton Mata, Carl Walker, right? So if I was going to be thinking about the new format, right, and I had the option, I had the choice of picking a Leonardo Morales or a Kyle Walker, I think in the new format, I would be picking a Kyle Walker over a Leonardo Morales. Now, Kyle Walker doesn't hit into the same high end as much as Leonardo Morales, right? But with Kyle Walker, I get more utility out of the card. And in the new format, that will allow me, I think, to compete in the likes of the Premier League competition a lot more, the standalone Premier League competition, to win that cash reward. With Leonardo Morales, I won't be able to compete in an in-season dedicated league competition like the Premier League, because of course he's not Premier League. And so that's a big downside. I will be able to compete very well in the new format with him in the standard challenger or contender, sorry. Is it challenger or contender? I do feel like there needs to be a big difference here. Contender. Yeah. In the standard contender. But then I don't get the option to use that type of card in the standalone, like the Premier League, where the cash rewards will be fantastic, very similar to what we've seen in the Winter Special. And that's a big thing. It's because I want to be able to tap into those cash rewards that are going to be amazing. I don't think players have spotted how these summer players will be a great starting point for new comps. Caps is still there till August. Yeah, it is, to be honest. Yeah, it is there. Do we know if you can win players from Champion if you play in Challenger? This is a good question, which I think we need to try and see if it's in the facts at all, because it's not explained in here. I don't think it is anyway. Because it's a good question, because at the moment, you only win the cards of the competitions that you're competing in. So if you're competing in under 23, you win under 23. If you're competing in Champion, you win a Champion card, right? And the question that It's Bit Horse is saying is that if he competes in challenges, does it give him the ability to win a champion card that then allows you to enter and start to build a team for champions? I think it's a good question, and I'd like to know that myself. So if anybody in the chat does know, can you let us know? I'm hoping that it will be covered in here. I'm hoping it will be covered in the facts section here. Rewards, okay. Okay. We will communicate the exact prize pools. The prize pool in such competitions is exclusively composed of players who have a game in the game week for that specific competition. So it doesn't look like they're changing that part of it. It seems like that's staying the same. Or not. Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, it's staying the same, right? I think it's unless I'm reading that wrong, is that it's staying the same. Can you imagine you stick to the competition you are, similar as it is now? He was talking about Binance. Okay, I think I've missed that there. So yeah, it's BitHorse. Yeah, I mean, it's not explicitly stated. It's a good question, man. It's not explicitly stated in the article, in the blog, but then reading this here, it does say that the prize pool in such competitions is exclusively composed of players who have a game in the game week for that specific competition. Which says to me that if you are playing in Challenger, you're going to be winning cards of players that are playing in Challenger. Yeah. Which then means that you couldn't win, which, you know, is the same format as what we have. You wouldn't be able to win a champion card from competing in Challenger, which then might give you a reason to start going and spending in champion. And to be honest with you, it's probably good that they've done it like that. They've kept it the same like that, because then it's very clear what you get in each. If you compete in champion, you get champion. If you compete in challenger, you still get challenger type players. Yeah, I think it's okay like that still. Let's have a quick look at the prize pool here, because we haven't technically spent enough time to look at the prize pool. So why don't we do that now? Okay. So this is an example of the in-season and the classic season prize pool. So champion is going to get the most amount of prize pool, which is another reason why I think it's quite exciting. And I'm quite interested to build a bit more of a champion, because there's more money in there. It's more competitive for sure. And the cost of your cards is going to be more expensive, but there's significantly going to be more money in there. Challenger gets the second most amount, 220,000, and then Contender gets 200,000, and the standalone Premier League one gets 200,000. So again, if you've got a champion team that allows you to play champion and then also play Premier League at the same time, so maybe you've got a collection and you can play two teams, right, in each, you're going to be tapping into quite a nice prize pool there. And then this is kind of like the champion in season, like monthly, I understand. So the total amount per game week, and then the total for the top prizes. So limited, the top prize would be 2,000. Again, this is in season where there's only cash rewards in here. In rare, for example, the top prize to win, cash prize would be $5,000, which is incredible. Super rare would be 7,000. Unique would be 10,000. But then the total amount per game week is, yeah, look, it's quite consistent. Is that correct? Is that correct? that in unique, okay, it is correct, yeah. Because I was wondering to myself, why is it the same for the total amount per game week compared to the total for the top prizes? But the reason it's the same is that there's only one division. Okay, so there can only be well, hold on a minute. That still technically shouldn't be correct though, no? Because if the top prize, does that mean if the top total prize is 10,000, but then first gets cash, second gets cash, and third gets cash, then what did the second and third get cash then for? How much did they get? Surely if the top prize, the top cash prize in unique is 10,000, right? But then the total amount for the illustration purpose is 10,000, but you're giving 10,000 away to the number one. So what did the number two and number three get, no? Am I reading that wrong? Tell me if I'm reading that wrong, guys, if I'm misinterpreting that. But top one, top two, top three get cash, right? But what they're saying here is that the total for the top prizes is 10,000. Ah, for the top prizes, okay. Ah, okay. So it's not the total for the top prizes in number one. It's the total for the top prizes. I'm with you. Okay. So then, because this is giving out cash for 1, 2, and 3, the total for the cash prizes for 1, 2, and 3 would be 10,000. Okay. But I was kind of misreading that. And then for limited, for example, the total for the top prizes would be 2,000, which then means that because there's only cash being paid out between 1 to 3, then positions 1 to 3 in Division 1 would share a prize pool of 2,000, right? Yeah, it's shared, isn't it? And then for example, for rare, it would be 1, 2, and 3 again. So yeah, it's always the top 3, isn't it? It's always the top 3. Guys, what do we think about the prize pools? Let's bring up not unique. Let's bring up limited to begin with. Because in Division 5, in every division, there is a star to be won. There are tier 5s up to Division 2. So tier 5s up to stars from Division 5 to Division 2. But then Division 1 is the standout different league where you cannot win tier 4s or tier 5s in there. The minimums are tier 3. And it's the only, this is for Classic, by the way. So this is the Classic champion, not the in-season, but this is Classic. And then the top 3 in Division 1 win a card plus cash. And then the reward boxes start from a basic in Division 5, then a light box in Division 4, a standard in Division 3, premium in Division 2, and then elite box in Division 1. So the boxes for me seem fine. The boxes seem fine. It says that the basic box contains tier 1 to tier 5. I think that's okay. The light box contains stars to tier 5s. That's great. It gives you an opportunity to still win a star by being in Division 4 if you miss out on the star from the leaderboard. The same for Division 3. Again, there's tier 5s in there, though. There's also tier 5s in the premium boxes, too. And then the elite box, there are stars to tier 3 cards and tier 2 to tier 5 rare cards. So I don't really have an issue with the reward box at all. I think my biggest issue with this, really, and you guys have already heard it, I think my biggest issue is that I just don't think that there should be tier 5s and tier 4s in Division. Well, if you're going to offer just tier 3s in Division 1, then I think the minimum here should be tier 4. There shouldn't be tier 5s. Imagine going from the 5th division up to the 2nd division. You could technically do it in a very quick time because you get promoted every week if you're really good. So within like basically 3 game weeks, you could be up to Division 2. But I think the issue I have is that you want to feel like you've progressed, okay? You want to feel like you've got somewhere. And you don't want to be winning the same reward that you won at the bottom league now that you're 3 divisions up. And that's my big problem with it. I just don't think that the proportion of tier 5s in here should just be spread to the lower divisions, and then some of these higher tiers like the tier 4s should then be pushed up into Division 2. What do you guys think? Do you think it's good, or do you think it should be where there's a higher minimum in the higher division, as in there should be no tier 5s in here? Because the system is consistent across the scarcity. So Division 2 has tier 5s in there, the same as they have in Division 4. I think they will have to amend that. I'd like to see them change that anyway. But what do you guys think? Is the prize pool good? Is it not good? What's everyone's thoughts on the prize pool? Twitch Gaming would remove the tier 5s from Division 2. Apart from that, I think it's good. Yeah, I'm with you. I think exactly the same there. Division 1, lowest tier 2. Oh, okay. So Estonian Weirdo thinks Division 1. Let's bring it back up here. Estonian Weirdo thinks that in Division 1, the lowest tier that you should be able to win is a tier 2. Which, yeah, to be honest with you, I don't mind that shout at all. I really don't. I think that's also a good shout. Have the, in the very top league, have the very, very best prizes in here. As in tier 2s would be incredible to win. And if you really want to win more tier 2s, then have a bigger proportion of them in here because there's no tier 3s. I actually think that's quite cool. Yeah. You could have that as a tier 2 as the minimum. And then in Division 2, if you wanted to, you could then have as a minimum tier 3. Then the minimum here could be a tier 4. And then it could be tier 5s and tier 5s here. That's another way to do it. That's an alternative way to do it. I think my big problem with this is that it reminds me very much of the system that we have at the moment. So if we go into the prize pool at the moment for the leagues, right? If we go into All-Star, which, we know is supposed to be the best, the biggest, the most competitive, the flagship competition in Sorare. My big problem with this prize pool or this competition is that even though the high end is fantastic, the low end is really bad. And so what you're kind of saying with having a tier or a prize pool like this that already has a very bad low minimum is that we want you to compete in here to win big. And we want this to be the competition that you focus on because it's meant to be the best one. But even though it's the best one, we can still give you a 60p reward. And, it shouldn't be like that. And the players as well, the managers that are in All-Star don't need to win a tier 5. That's what it reminds me of here is that if I get to Division 2, do I still need to win a tier 5? I don't. Because, I must have a team that's way better. Way better. I must have a team consisting of tier 3s, tier 2s, maybe even tier 1s and stars for me to get up into the Division 2. I don't need a tier 5. I probably need a tier 5 at this lower level to help get me going and to maybe get up in here. But I certainly don't need to be winning tier 5s when I'm in Division 2 because I need to be thinking forward, thinking I need to be moving up. How is a tier 5, winning a tier 5 in Division 2 going to make me think this is going to help me to move up into Division 1? It's not. It's not at all. If you win a tier 3 in Division 2, the tier 3s are good enough that you think, okay, that's a player that is definitely going to give me a good chance here of moving up. But if you win a tier 5 in Division 2, you are thinking two things. You're thinking, I didn't work my arse up to get to Division 2 to win a tier 5 because that card cannot help me at the stage that I'm at right now. What you're then thinking is, if I'm constantly winning these tier 5s, I'm going to deliberately get myself relegated so I can then just win the tier 1s and the stars. And I don't think you want to have a system where it is making people think that they deliberately want to go backwards because they should be thinking the way is always forwards, not thinking let's go backwards to abuse the top end cards, right? To dominate the top end cards. when technically I'm a Division 2 team, realistically. I'm just winning like rewards that I'm not happy with, that I don't think I should be winning at Division 2. And it's not like they haven't done well enough to get into the rewards, because they have. They just simply shouldn't be getting tier 5s. They should be getting a bigger proportion of the higher end rewards in the higher divisions. So I think that that's going to be something that I'm going to feed back to Sorare, because it does very much remind me of, it almost makes me worry that, are we making the same mistake as what we can see in the current format? Because we don't want to do that, right? We don't want to have a situation where managers in Division 2 or Division 3 or whatever it is, managers in those divisions are winning cards that they simply have no use for and they don't see the value of. Because you know what will happen there? What will happen is that there'll just be a mass dump of those cards for sale on the market, right? Which again is just going to water down the prices of the cards. Whereas if they win a reward which is at their level, so if I'm at Division 2, the level that I'm really looking at here is Division 3, or sorry, Tier 3, because that's the type of level that is the minimum for Division 1 that I can win, right? So it doesn't make sense at the moment, and I'm just worried that maybe Sorare are starting to fall back into the same kind of traps. There will still be cat modes. You will need the Tier 3 to Tier 5. That's true. That is true. But then if you need those types of cards, you can just go and buy them anyway, or you could just win them in a classic competition, no? Do you guys really, I mean, who maybe a show of hands here, who thinks that if they get to Division 2, they're going to be happy winning a Tier 5 card? The same minimum card that you can win at Division 3, at Division 4, and at Division 5. Because I can tell you right now that I'm not. I'm not going to be happy winning a Tier 5 that I could have won in Division 5 and Division 4 and Division 3. If I get into Division 2, I want to feel like I can win something that is at that level, you know, that's going to help me move up. You can only win cards in Classic. Yes, you can. What's the point there, Sopsy? Just so I'm following it, because we're in the Classic right now. Oh, did I say something about winning cards elsewhere? Did I? Yeah, I might have done actually. Yeah, we are winning cards in Classic, aren't we? Yeah, they're not finalized. No, they're not finalized. I don't think we're not jumping the gun. We're not jumping the gun as it's in sport. We are just talking about what we think realistically we would change, okay? Or what we would do differently. So you're right, it says here that these are not final numbers, but the direction we will take. And what we're kind of saying here is that if they kept it like this, right, for the final game, I don't think I would be happy with it. In fact, I wouldn't be happy with it, because I wouldn't want it to reflect this type of structure. I would want the minimum level at the higher divisions to be higher. Almost what they done with the Super Cap 220, after we told them don't put Tier 5s in the month long, because you're expecting people to be giving more. So they need to have more as a minimum. So it's not really about jumping the gun. It's just about what things do we think sound good or look good at the moment, and what things kind of would you change. And for me personally, the feedback that I'm going to be giving Sorare is that I just don't think, and I would like them to reconsider this and actually change it so that there's not a minimum Tier 5 in Division 2, that maybe the minimum is a Tier 4 or a Tier 3, as Weird Estonian said, and then in Division 1, the minimum is a Tier 2. But what if you win a new season tier 5, then a new season cap 200 comes out, you are laughing then? Yeah, but that's a big what if, right? That's a big what if. Because, like, they've basically said that they're benching the cap modes and they're not really looking to run them as much anymore. Like, they're just literally going to be making guest appearances. So if they'd already said that the cap modes is going to remain as a permanent fixture and they're going to be looking to add more cap modes into the game, then I might probably agree with you on that there, Sopsy, that actually, yeah, maybe there's still a value in winning these low-end cards in preparation for when they're going to release more of these cap modes. But the fact is that they've scaled them back, and they're actually, the direction they're taking with this new format is to move away from the cap modes and to almost just have them as a cameo. They're going to have a cameo appearance now. So again, I think, and this is another thing, I think if you wanted the tier 5s, right? If you really wanted a tier 5 to compete in that type of scenario, I don't think that you would want to win one because they are the lowest tier card in the game with the lowest value. I would prefer to just go and buy one, right, off the secondary market or buy one off the new auctions market for 60p or £1, however much they are. And I would prefer to win the cards which are going to be more relevant to the new format. Like, that's me personally. Yeah, you're right though, Assets. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how this evolves, because I think during the transition phase that they are talking about here, this transition competition structure is probably going to be quite a good period for them to test out and get the feedback as to like what managers are happy with and what they're not happy with. So maybe what they'll do is that they will go ahead with this kind of structure for the rewards to begin with during the transition phase, but then they might get some feedback during it that actually managers aren't really happy winning the tier 5s, or that they might look at the data and they might see that of the 100 managers from Division 2 that won a tier 5, like 80 or 90% of them immediately put the card on the market. And then if they start seeing that from the data, they'll probably then be thinking, okay, that's not really what we're intending for them to do. We want them to be winning cards to keep them rather than to be flooding the market more. So maybe if they're all putting the tier 5s up on the market, this isn't the right type of reward to be giving out to Division 2. Maybe we need to be taking that out and putting that more in Division 5, because the managers that won the tier 5 in Division 5, out of the 55 that won it, like 50 of them kept it. 50 of them did not list it. So maybe that's much more relevant to them because they're keeping it rather than thinking, I don't want it, I don't need it, get rid of it. What's the thing here? Are these tier 5s across the whole pool the same or relative to the division? For example, a tier 5 in Div 2 is maybe a tier 3 in Div. Good question. Yeah, good question, actually. Good question, because like a tier 5 in Champion is technically not the same as a tier 5 contender, because the tier 5 itself will be a higher value. But if we take the value out of it, if you are still in a Division 2, I will maintain it. I still don't think that you want to be winning that level of card if you are in this higher area. You want to be trying to then punch higher rather than punching lower. And the tier 5s, even if the tier 5 for the champion is a higher value than a tier 5 contender, it's not really about the value. It's more about, are these level of rewards the right rewards to give out to the right managers at the right level? And this is the problem that we've seen in the current format. If we take All-Star again, All-Star tier 5s, right? All-Star tier 5s are technically not all 60p's, right? There are some tier 5s in there that are pretty decent value. But almost the point here is that if this is meant to be the best competition where you have to have the best players, you don't really want to be winning that level of reward because it won't make you feel. If we go back to where's it saying the facts here? If we go back up to the top, managers don't have reasons to grow, and basically managers don't feel like they have an incentive to progress. And I think just winning a card that's much more suited to the lower divisions when you're already at a high division just seems like you're giving away, you're giving out cards to people that don't really want them and don't really need them, where they actually need a higher level card. And then again, it incentivizes the promotion a bit more, because if there's a bigger proportion of the tier 2s and the tier 3s in here, if I can't win tier 4s and tier 5s in here, and there's just a bigger number of tier 2s and tier 3s, then I really, really want to be getting into Division 2, because then I know that when I get into the rewards, I'm guaranteed to get a tier 3, and that's a very good level at this higher range, right? Do you think you need a playing goalkeeper for Division 5? Yeah, I think you do, yeah. I think you need a playing goalkeeper for every division. Every division, yeah. I think the times, like the time of not having a playing goalkeeper is not really going to it hasn't really been around for a while. Technically, you can do it, but I think in this new format, no, not at all. Yeah, they will. Hopefully, they will. Hopefully, they will change. Let Sorare know your feedback, guys, on this. If you think that the numbers or the tiers need to be different, maybe there needs to be a tier removed from this division, a tier added to this one, do feedback to Sorare. Let them know in the Discord. Let them know it on Twitter, and also just drop them a ticket as well. Raise a ticket and feedback what you think. What other questions do you guys have? What isn't clear? What isn't clear about the update? Because we can use the time on this stream to, as a community, talk about it and try and give you guys the answers. A non-playing buy-in player will be in a higher tier than a playing Luton player, I think. Yeah, they will be because of the value. Definitely. But the non-playing buy-in player won't... the non-playing buy-in player will still be in the same tier for sure. And I think the non-playing buy-in player will probably be a good one to win, but I just don't necessarily think that that will be what you want to win if you want to continue to progress, right? I mean, a non-playing buy-in player, sure, I get what you're saying there. I don't mind winning that when I'm at a lower division. When I'm kind of getting to Division 2, I think I want to be winning more people that are playing, people that I can use to help me progress and get promoted, hopefully in the next game week, rather than somebody that isn't really playing. Depends really how they do that as well, because if they have like the DMP type players in the tier 5s, which they probably will, because they've got that. There might be those exceptions where you think, okay, I've won him. He's a tier 5. He's not really playing, but he is buy-in, for example. So he's probably not a bad player to hold on to. But I think those situations will be good to be in. I just don't think that they're going to be very often. And so what I'm saying is that you can have a situation where managers get up to the high levels and they want to be winning the cards that can help them keep progressing, like for the here and now. You might have those exceptions where they win a card that doesn't help them necessarily too soon, but is actually probably quite a good player, even if they're in a low tier. But most people at that level will probably be frustrated because not all tier 5s will be like that, right? So I think just remove the frustration and just actually offer a higher tier for the higher divisions or the higher minimum. Because then even those higher tiers, you're still going to have the situations where somebody is not playing, right? Somebody's not playing, but you're still going to be like, okay, this is a quality player when they are back, and I've actually won something that I think is equal to the level that I'm competing at. Yeah. That's true as well. Yeah, top players in divisions will probably have collections of buy-in. Yeah, for sure. That's true. I mean, I know that you really like the current system, and that's really cool. I just don't. Um, I think it's good. I think it's a good start, but I just think that it's too mirroring the problem that we have at the moment, where I just think that you want to be winning things that make you feel like you're at that level. And I just don't think winning a low end tier that you can still win at Division 5. Just don't think that that should be the case, really. Like, I don't think you should win the same tier at Division 5, Division 4, Division 3, personally. Yeah. We'll see what they do, though. We'll see what they do. Let's go through the facts a little bit more as well, I think. What else have we not really looked at, or what's probably a good thing to talk about? The mixing of the scarcities is pretty cool. I quite like that. I like how it just gives you the flexibility to do it, even though there's a cost of doing it. I like the fact that you can now fully mix the scarcities, and it doesn't really put anyone at a disadvantage if they go up against somebody that has a rare or a super rare in their lineup and they've only got a limited. It's pretty cool, actually. What do we do now, like in the present? I don't know. Let me ask you that. That's a question for you guys. As in, like, I can't really tell anyone what to do, because I think it comes down to what you think you should do based on your gallery. I don't need to do anything in my gallery at all. As I've shown you guys, my gallery's fine. I can play this gallery that I have perfectly well in the current system, and in the new format, I'm good. I'm good to go for it. What are you going to be doing, Arthur? What do you think you're going to be doing? Win as many threshold as possible. Yeah. I have to say that the threshold for this weekend has become even more important, because the threshold this weekend is the last weekend, unless they decide to delay the changes to the threshold. But game week 449 is the last weekend, right? The last weekend, the last chance we've got at winning the $50. Is it the last weekend? Because they said that the changes, the new threshold changes, come into effect on the 16th, right? But then that means that this is a weekend to build, and then you'll already be building for the new. So it's actually not. So we technically have 2 weekends, don't we? Yeah, we have 2 weekends, because if we build for this weekend, then we build for the midweek, which I probably won't have any players for. But then when on Tuesday, the new game week will open, and then that'll be game week 451. And so then that will be on Tuesday, a game week where we'll be able to start trying to compete for the $50 again. Because the fact that they said that the changes come into effect on the 16th says that then when the weekend game week closes, and it's then game week 452, which will be the midweek for not next week, but the week after, that will be when the threshold changes. So technically we've got 3 more game weeks to try and hit $50, I think. So the threshold this weekend, becomes even more important to try and hit for us now, because we have 1 of 3 chances to do it. just talking about yeah, that's quite a good idea actually, Sopsy. New free to scout coupon, pick my threshold level. I don't know whether people would pick the high level or not though. I mean, they probably would if I done it. But obviously I don't know I don't know whether I'd trust you guys to pick my my threshold level. I want to actually talk about that as well. That was something I already wanted to talk about. And now that Sopsy's mentioned it, I think it's a good thing for us to talk about. It's an important thing as well. Let's talk about it. Let's just go down here. Okay. So one of the things that we need to make clear here, I think, because technically it's not made clear, but like, so it's not explicitly stated, but we are assuming that it is that case, right? Is that if you read what they're doing to cap 240, it doesn't explicitly say here that if you pick your target, right, of 390 and you don't hit 390, then you don't win anything. It doesn't explicitly say that, but that's what we assume with common sense is going to be the format, right? But they haven't explicitly stated that, but that is what we interpret this format to be, is that you have to pick a target. If you don't hit the target, you don't win anything, okay? So even if you hit 330, but you picked a target of 340, you're not going to then get the $15 because you got past 270. You didn't hit 340, and that was the target that you picked. So then you don't win anything. I think it's really important. I had a few questions about that because if you read this whole page here, there's not a part in here that actually says you must hit the target that you have chosen to win something. And if you don't hit it, you don't win anything. I think it's really important. I think the other thing as well that's kind of important to talk about is that if we bring this up, right now, the targets which you have to pick, especially in limited and rare, getting 340 in threshold, you can do that, of course, and now you're going to be quite nicely rewarded for massively overachieving like the 280, which it is at the moment, okay? So getting $80 is obviously $30 more than the 50 that you can win from hitting 280, but it's a lot bigger an ask of SORARE managers, and it's a bigger risk as well, because it's not super easy to do if you've already got a team that has been built for 280, right? So if you could do 340, if you have a really good team, or if you have a stack that you can put together and that stack does really well, then you'll probably be able to hit 340 very easily. Maybe you have a big collection as well, where you have a collection of players all from the same team and they have like a monster level of bonus that they give you. And then that's going to make it even easier for you to hit the 340 if you decide that your team is strong enough to do it. For me personally, what I think the strategy is going to be for me is that in the limited, I think that every week in the limited, I'm going to be picking 340, right? Because I don't really care about winning $2 for 270. And in limited, it doesn't really bother me if we don't hit the $5 in the current system of limited, okay? It's kind of like, it's great if we can do it, but our main focus has always been the rare threshold. So I don't mind if we hit the $5. If we do, great. If we miss out on it, it's not a biggie. I would much prefer to take a bigger risk in the limited for the $8, which is a competition that I am not really focusing on anyway, as in it's not a scarcity I'm focusing on. And I also have a collection of Luton Town, which if I did want to have a go at hitting the 340, then I would probably use my Luton Town collection. Now, there's the Premier League competition, which I'll be playing my Luton Town team in the most because I can win more than $8 in the Premier League competition. But what I'm saying here is that even if I didn't use my Luton Town team, the stack in limited, I think I'm still going to just try and brave it for 340 in limited, okay? I think I have enough players in limited where I can be hitting over 300 pretty easily, and I think I can be hitting 340 in limited. And if I don't, it's fine, but I'd much rather take the gamble of trying to hit bigger in limited. In rare, not so much. In rare, I'm only going to be, I think, choosing 270 every single game week, unless there is one game week where every player that I'm planning on playing just has such an amazing fixture, and they're in such incredible form already, the players that I'm looking at, that I realistically think that this is the one, standout game week where they could really overperform past the 280 and they could give me a mid-range score. To put it in perspective, how often my gallery has hit 340, I'll just show you now. We haven't done it very often, which is why I'm not going to be targeting it. And I don't think that probably many managers will target it either. So if we look at game week 447, where we did hit the threshold, we did hit 354.85 points. So if we'd have chosen 340 under this new system, we would have won $80 here with this team, okay? The thing is, though, is that the players that I've got don't regularly hit in rare, in threshold. They don't regularly hit 354. So this was like an outstanding game week for me. Look, everybody done great apart from one player. And that doesn't happen very often where we have all players clicking together at the same time, which is clever from SORARE because they know that. And so then you're almost having to sacrifice the $50. You're going to be getting 3 times less for 10 points less as well. So you're effectively still trying to hit the same amount. There's 270 and 280s. There's not a big difference there. Of course, it's better for you, but then you're going to be earning 3 times less. And most managers will probably not target this if they have a gallery of players that's already been doing well to hit them 280, 300 points, and maybe not much more. Is anybody going to be targeting the higher ranges of the threshold of like 340, 390? Like realistically, is anybody going to be targeting 340, 390? It doesn't matter what scarcity. Do you feel like with your gallery that you can actually be hitting 340s? And are these changes beneficial to you because you already felt like you had a threshold team that was smashing way past 280, but you wasn't getting rewarded enough? Because this is the other way to look at it. I know some managers have looked at this and thought, oh, this is really bad because now I'm going to get like a lot less, right? I was getting 50. I'm realistically only going to be getting $15 for pretty much the same points total, right? Give or take 10 points there. But the other way to look at it is that there were probably some managers that had a very good threshold team that were hitting 330, 340, but weren't really winning, weren't really being rewarded for that. Okay, so, but now they can. So let's have a little look what you guys reckon. 340 and 390 on limited, 270 in rare. Cool. In limited, you can target 390 when you buy a 0 cap player. Yes, you can. Maybe 340 rare. Sometimes if I'm confident, but mostly 270. Does it remain as a cap 240 team? As in, do we still get 240 points to distribute into the 5-man lineup? Yeah, you do. You still get, it's still, the principle of the game is you still have a budget of 240 points to work with. And so then you'd need to overperform by 100 to get the $80 or 150 to get $250 in the rare. I mean, it's quite good that they are rewarding massively at the top end. It really is, actually. It's incredible. And they won't be rewarding at the top end very often, which is why they can do it. Neil, could you check my last message, please? Free Tip Scout. The amount of silly offers I've had for Cunha Super Rare, just had a cash offer of £771. Would you accept? He's probably going to be in quite demand because of the fact he's a champion player and he's a Premier League player. So there's going to be a big demand and an increase in demand for those types of players, right? I think if you don't have a plan to use him in the new format, then it's probably worth selling him. I think if I was in your position, I would sell him, but that's what I would do. And I would like to get into champion more, but I don't think that I would, like your gallery might be different. I don't have a gallery where a super rare Cunha is going to help me. And what I could do with that money is I could sell it and then start to build for the new format with teams that I do think are much more my level that could then give me good returns more regularly. It's a hell of a lot, yeah. It's a lot of money. I mean, let's just bring him up as well. Let's bring him up because it'd be interesting to see whether there's been a big spike in him or not. So there has actually been a big spike in his rare since yesterday, but then he dropped again. Wow, he dropped today to 120. That's in the rare. In the super rare, you often won't see as big amount of activity because, of course, there's less people playing super rare. There's less demand because there are less people playing it. He is going up, though, a little bit, isn't he? His last card at auction went for 619, and that's the new season card. And today, somebody bought... Oh, this is the number one card, to be fair. That's the number one card. So that will probably go for a bit more anyway. Yeah. I mean, you have an offer for what? What's your offer? Did you say you have an offer for £771? Wow. I'd be very inclined to accept that if I was you. Very inclined to accept that. Like, historically, he's not really, over the last 3 months, got much higher than that. He will probably get a bit more higher than that now, if we're honest with it, because there's now competitions which are coming into the game in March, which he will be very good for, because you could use his card in the in-season of the Premier League and also the Champions, which starts at the end of March. So for sure, what's going to happen, I think, is there's probably going to be a bit more of a surge for these types of players, right? So you could potentially get more money for him. But it's not about that. It's really not about that. What I always tell you guys is that you need to think about what are you happy to receive? Like, what's a good amount of profit or a good amount of money that you would be happy with? Even if he goes up by another 200 or 300 pounds, are you still going to be looking back at it and thinking, I was right because £771 for me is good money today and it was good money back when I accepted it? Or are you going to be looking back and thinking, oh, I shouldn't have sold for 771, I should have held out and got a bit more? Another way to look at it is to think, I want to, in Neil's case, it doesn't really apply because he won the card. But another way to look at these types of things is to think, I bought the card for X amount. So maybe this guy here, if we were talking about this card and the manager who had this card, he bought him for 330. He now has an offer for 771. That's like two and a bit, 2.2, 2.3 times what he paid for him, right? That's very good. And so for me personally, if I can make double, so like 2 to 2.5 what I have paid for a player, then I will most likely sell them and cash the profit in. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Did you win him as the rare? Did you win him as the rare or you won him as the super rare, right? Like, you have to decide what's good for you. Yeah, you have to decide what's right for you, Neil. I can't tell you what you have to do. I can only tell you what I would do in your position. And if I was in your position, I had an offer for 771. And if I looked at my gallery is not ready for super rare. I've got one super rare. But if I won this type of player in your position, I would sell him because I'm not ready to build super rare yet. And I would prefer to take the money and then put that into the rare cards, or maybe start to focus on building a team for the new format. Yeah. So I hope that helps you with working out what you need to do. What we need to do, I think we spent a lot of time. We could spend more time, of course, if we wanted to. And maybe we'll dip back to this a little bit more later on. But I think we spend a good 3 hours or so talking about the update. And for sure, we're not going to not talk about the update anymore. We'll be talking about it nonstop. But I think we probably need to just have a little bit of a break from talking about it. We can dip back to it a bit later. I think for now, what we need to do actually is we need to try and squeeze in a little bit of lineup building. And we need to start thinking about how we can try and win as much as we can in the current format before the current format changes. So basically just trying to maximize our ROI over the next month and a half, and then certainly over the next 6 months as well. Yeah, I need a break from it as well. We can talk about it until the cows come home. We could talk about the new update forever, but it's also a lot to take on board, and it's just nice to kind of take a bit of a break from it. So we'll come back to this a little bit later, maybe, or we'll come back to it tomorrow. We do need more Rhino talk, Sopsy, yeah. Are you following the story now that you discovered the story? Are you following it? So what's going to become of the Rhino, and where's he going to be? Where's he going to be like moved to, if he is going to be moved anywhere? You should start sponsoring him. You should start sponsoring the Rhino. What do you think of the current form of Linen? Do you think he's a good pickup? Let's bring him up. Do you think he's a good pickup? Do you think that this guy is a good pickup with the new format in mind? I'd love to. I just want to ask you that first of all, because I know how I feel about this player. I want to know if you know. Yeah. So my opinion, I like the question. Malv wants to know whether this player is a good pickup. This player was a good pickup 2 days ago. This player was a good pickup. This player was a good pickup on Tuesday. He's not a good pickup anymore. The reason he's not a good pickup, he has some good high-level scoring, which is great. I don't mind him as a player, I'll be honest with you. I think he's actually a fairly decent player. Some of the problems with this player is that he's playing for Werder Bremen, who I don't really think is a especially great team to target with the new format in mind. The positive is that it's a Bundesliga team, but that's if they remain a Bundesliga team next season. I just don't think that this is the type of player again that is going to be consistently giving you the level of scoring that you need to be competitive in the new format. So if they hadn't have announced the new changes, the new update, I would say that he's quite a promising player to get involved in, especially with a low L15 or 35. And he'd be a good pickup long term. I just don't think he's a good pickup. Now, we've got the new knowledge, if I'm honest with you. No. I think you can find better players for the same cost or lower. And I think that this is the type of player that could probably suffer quite a lot when the new format comes into the game. Where are Bremen in the... I haven't looked at them in a while. Where are they in the Bundesliga? I know they've been having a bit of an up and down season, haven't they? Oh, they're in a good position, though. Look, they're in a really good position. Yeah, I wouldn't expect them to get relegated at all. Unless they have a complete meltdown, because there's only another 14 games left, isn't there? There's another 14 games left, so they would need to have like a serious meltdown over the next 14 games, which they're just not going to have. Yeah, they should be fine. This actually kind of makes them slightly attractive for next season, but not really. I don't think we're going to do any free tick scout fund coupons today. The reason being, and it's not a cop-out, it's legit, is that it was very, very exhausting having to go through the update yesterday. Very exhausting. I also had to do the highlights and everything. So I was up quite late. And obviously we spent a lot of time today diving into it, talking about it. I might not look exhausted, but it's quite a lot of mental energy to be diving into this and talking about it. And it's good. It's really good. But I think I want to be doing the free tip scout fund coupons, like finder players and review galleries and stuff, when I'm a bit more fresher, rather than doing it on tired legs, right? So what we'll do, I think for the remainder of the stream, we've only got about an hour and 15 minutes or so left. What the plan is, I think, for the rest of the stream is we need to squeeze in time to be doing our lineup building. So I'm just going to be doing that, and obviously talking to you guys as well. And we can talk about Sorare or some of the things that you like, players that you spotted and whatnot. But yeah, I'm not as fresh as I usually am to be doing it. So we'll do it tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, it's quite exhausting talking all the time. I love being on the streams and talking with you guys, but also talking nonstop is exhausting, and especially about something that's it's tricky. There's a lot to absorb, right? I think also it's not just the talking, but it's just there's a lot to absorb mentally with this type of thing, so that can mentally make you feel a little bit drained. So yeah, we'll do the free tip scout fund coupons tomorrow. Thoughts on my EPL team: Neto, Shah, Jensen, Kulusevski, and Gibbs Y. And then Dubravka, Pinnock, Longstaff, and Ait Nori. That's actually pretty good, man. I like it. How much did it cost for you to put that kind of a team together? Let's also go into our Cap 240 rare here. Okay. So this is the team that we put together on Monday, I think it was. And you can see that we are using all of our cap here. We wanted to play Jakub Slovic, but we just can't really fit him in with a cap of 60. So he's moved into All-Star. Ideally, I don't want to play Hervey Kofi here. I want to play Jakub Slovic because Slovic has the way better fixture here at home against Anka Ragutsu. And Hervey Kofi has a home game against Anderlecht, but that's obviously really horrible because Anderlecht are very, very strong. And Charleroi don't actually tend to keep a lot of clean sheets. Now, what we do need to check, I think, is we need to hope that Hervey Kofi is going to be back. I'm expecting him to be back for Game Week 449. He was given last weekend off when he returned to his club from AFCON, which we were expecting. But now I am expecting him to return to the starting lineup. Okay, let me tell you something about the club shop. Yeah, because Twitch Gaming made a good point there. The club shop was not mentioned in the roadmap. Okay. There's also there's a few other things. Listen up, guys. Actually, there's a few other things that haven't really been mentioned, and it would be worth knowing. The club shop is going to be revamped, but I think, and this is just probably not going to be well received, I think that we are going to still be waiting a while for the club shop to be revamped. This is the impression I got from SORARE, that it's on their mind, but it's not top of their list to get the club shop in a really, really quality position at the moment. I think at the moment they are so busy on trying to get everything sorted with this huge update and with rivals that club shop is almost taking a little bit of a backseat. It wasn't mentioned in the update. They didn't mention it at all. And that should also speak volumes to you. The fact that they didn't even mention it. It's so down the priority list for them at the moment. That's the impression I got when I spoke with SORARE. So that's the first thing. I'm a bit disappointed. It's not being confirmed that it's like that, but that is the impression I got from my conversations with them, that they know it needs to be better. They have a plan to revamp it, but it's not high on their priority list. They have their plate full. And you can kind of see it, can't you, now? With the SORARE Pro changes, you can kind of see that this is a mammoth project for them to do. This is a big overhaul. So I kind of get it. So if they don't have the time to get the club shop done because they are focusing on SORARE Pro, then so be it. Because the club shop's already kind of still in it's been in a bad state for a year. What's the problem with it being in a bad state for another 6 months? If we've waited a year, we can wait an additional 6 months. But I think if it is a case that it's not revamped until after they launch this or whatnot, because they want to make sure they put all their time and effort to get this right, then I think the only thing I'd say is it's just a bit disappointing, very disappointing, that the club shop has been in there and it's been very neglected, and they haven't been able to get it up to the standard that we maybe wanted it to be by this, by this time. They've had more than enough time to do it. The other thing that's worth knowing or worth keeping an eye on is there was no mention in here. There was no mention in the article about private leagues, right? Custom leagues. We know that the month-long format is at the moment being kind of benched, not shelved, but with the new formats that they're looking to bring into the new competition structure, the month-longs are not really part of that thinking. So for the moment, there's no plans to do any more month-longs. And with the private leagues as well, the mini leagues, this is pretty much dead in the water, the private leagues for now. But you guys can also expect that in the future, this is going to be revamped and reworked. But again, I think this here, because this is a bit of a dead feature, let's be honest with it. Like this here is a real dead feature. This should be really good, the private leagues, but it's not. Like it used to be quite promising. Lots of people were doing private leagues and whatnot when you could play in here with the common cards, but you can't play in here with the common cards anymore. Not many people are running private leagues with the pro cards, actually. There's also no rewards that you can win in the custom leagues, in a private league. So it then very much relies on whoever is setting up the private league to offer rewards to make it almost worthwhile doing. It's not like the game will give out rare coins, or you can win arena tickets for doing well in a private league. It's just not there yet. So this is a bit of a dead feature right now, and it is going to be revamped, but it's probably going to be, I'd say there's probably a very good chance that it's going to be removed, and then it will make a return again in the future when they get a chance to properly develop it. It's another one of those features in the game that was like a good idea. They got it out really early. Then they got really busy looking at everything else and trying to do everything else, and it's just been left behind. It's been left behind, and it's very underwhelming. It's very underdeveloped, and they need to spend the time, and they're aware of it. They need to spend the time to go back and make custom leagues or private leagues or mini leagues, whatever you want to call them. They need to, they know that this can be really great socially, and they know that they need to redo it, but they're going to be redoing it probably again after the new format comes into play. So yeah, just wanted to let people know about that. Right. Hervey Kofi, that's what we were looking at. So Hervey Kofi's projected at 60%. I am expecting Hervey Kofi to be back in there. He was only really rested for one game. He should be back. We'll have to check it a little bit closer to the time as well. What's this here? PSG is back on Sorare. So, of course, we've now got the cards, but we didn't have a chance to check them out. Let's go and check them out. We will do a little bit of Pooky, Arthur, yeah. We will squeeze some Pooky in. I think we'll squeeze some Pooky in about half an hour or so, because I do need to go and check out my my scores, my predictions, and we're going to probably need to update a few of them so that we can squeeze more points out of them. So for sure, yeah, we're going to be doing some Pooky, man, very, very soon. Let's have a look at French League One and then PSG. Oh, wow. Ethan Mbappe. Very cool. With the rookie card as well. I've been waiting for Ethan Mbappe to come onto the platform. Ethan Mbappe, if you obviously he's a brother of Kylian Mbappe, if you didn't know. He's very, very highly rated. And this is a rookie card, so he's not been on the game before. He's probably going to go for a lot. If you get the chance, check out Ethan Mbappe. There's a few videos of him knocking about on YouTube, and also check him out on Football Manager because he has a ridiculous potential on Football Manager. He's very highly valued on Football Manager. Like his transfer value, or his market value is very, very high, and his stats as well. His attributes in Football Manager for a 16-year-old are mental. They're pretty good. Yeah, the red card does look good, doesn't it? I think this one looks good too. I quite like the super rare because I think it almost merges with the colors of the kit as well, right? This kind of like blue, purpley mix of the colors is really cool. A little bit of red in there too. I think this one looks great. Yeah, I'd be interested to know how much he's going to go for. He doesn't score that good at the moment because, of course, he's not really playing for the first team, but he's playing for the reserve team, and he does very well for the reserve team. Is there an Mbappe? Is that there's surely a Kylian Mbappe as well, no? Let's type Kylian in here. I mean, I'm guessing they've just launched everybody, right? Yeah, there we go. How much do we reckon? How much do we reckon the number one? Where's the number one card? This number one card. Oh my god. The number. Okay, so Pranksy Plays is getting involved here, so this could probably be really expensive then, couldn't it? How much do we reckon? There's 4 hours left for the rare, the number one rare card of Kylian Mbappe. How much do we all think that this card is going to go for? It's currently at 1.1691 ETH, which is 2,260. What does everyone think the final value of this is going to be? Ethan, watching play against Newcastle, to be honest, he wasn't that great. Yeah, I think one game is probably a little bit unfair. Like, he might have had a bad game. He's actually pretty, I like him. He's quite intelligent as a player. So I think he's got a lot of good potential. 3,000, you reckon, David? What do you guys reckon? Give me your predictions here. How much did his, let's bring him up as well. How much did his last, I know it's always quite interesting to look at the previous ones, even if they were in different times and different markets, right? I can't remember how much his last number one rare card went for. What's going on here? Here we go. So what we can do, it's usually going to be one of these ones, isn't it? One of the high ones. Let's go back a bit more. Let's have a look here. This was the number. Wow, shit. Look at this back in 2022. Let's type it in. Let's type it in. Here we go. Let's type the number one card in. Okay, number one card. And then let's just apply that. And then filter. Okay. So this was last season. This was the season before, and that was the season before that. This one went at auction for 2,041. So this was back in 2020. So it went for 7.327 ETH. So imagine that. Right now, that's how much the value of ETH has changed, right? That at the moment, this is 1.1691, and it's already 2,260, which is already more than what the Mbappe went for back in 2020. And the ETH value was significantly higher. The Mbappe, I think this is the price, isn't it? 18,943, yeah. Then the next year, he went for 18,943, which was 8.565 ETH. And then last year, so the 2022-23 one, 11,054. Wow. So back in 2022, 11,054, 10.82 Ether. So the Ether amount for the number one cards of Mbappe have been between almost like 7 and 10. I reckon, especially, and it's no coincidence, is it? Like, if you think this is a coincidence that Sorare are launching the new cards of PSG, which we've been waiting for months and months and months. If you think this is a coincidence that they're launching them after, like the day after, they've just announced a brand new update where they're saying you need to be basically getting the top players from the top teams, then you're kidding yourself, because they have planned this so that they can try and bump the price up on these cards at auction. I'm going to say that Mbappe is going to go for... I'm going to say that Mbappe is going to go for £4,000, yeah. 4,000 to 5,000. I know that's a bit of a cop-out because I'm not saying an exact amount, but somewhere between 4,000 to 5,000. That's what will be my prediction there, my guess. You guys, Pirek reckons 10,000. Wow, that'd be good, wouldn't it? For Sorare. A few 4,000 predictions in there. And then I say he's going for 5,500. Run a poll. We do like our polls on this channel, don't we? I don't know if we run a poll for that, but yeah, I'd love to. I'm very keen to see what he's going to go for in 4 hours' time. Yeah, very cool. Let's get back to our lineups here. So let's take our guys out. Let's just pretend like we're not going to play these players at all, because I still don't know if we are, but most likely we will. And then let's just run through our threshold team, because like the threshold now, especially to win the $50, is so important. And actually, this is also important, okay? This is also really important. You know how I'm often saying that you need to take advantage of very good rewards and very good opportunities that are presented to you in games like Sorare and Pooky and Ultimate Champions, right? Especially in Sorare and Pooky, and especially in Pooky. Because right now, when we play Pooky, I have been saying consistently for the past 6 months that you need to be playing it because it's so good that it won't last forever. So almost like what we're seeing with the threshold, for so long, the threshold in Sorare has been so great to win. And it's almost been too good that we had such a high amount to win, and you didn't actually need to have the top performing players in the game to win such a high amount of money, right? And we've been saying that most likely it has to stop at some point, because that isn't sustainable. The way that they built the threshold, that you didn't even need to buy cards from Sorare to then start taking money from Sorare. Imagine that. That the more you say it and that the more that you think about that, it really doesn't make sense. That you didn't even need to buy any cards directly from Sorare to then start taking money out of Sorare, right? And what this reminds me of is that, of course, it's capped to 40 rare. We need to try and make sure that the next few game weeks we absolutely nail, so that we can try and win the $50, which is going to be our last chance to do it. But this reminds me of what I say about Pooky. So what I say about Pooky, and I'm going to give the link in the chat for anybody that does want to check this game out. Where's the link? There's the link right there. If you use that link, you'll be able to claim a free Pooky Ball, 5% discount off your first purchase in the game, and in-game currency. What the threshold changes in Sorare remind me of is that in Pooky, we've been saying for a while now, you can win money every week by literally taking the piss, as in not even playing the game properly seriously. Like, look at this here. Look at this here, guys, right? This is a perfect example. And I'm just going to remind everyone of how we almost need to take advantage, and we need to make the most of these types of opportunities in these games before the game, the company that's running the game, turns round and kind of says, okay, you've had your fun. You've had your time basically robbing, even though you're not robbing, but you've had the golden heyday of just making mad amounts of money. And the ROI is just very, very good, almost too good, that now we're going to change it. And what I keep saying about Pooky is that at the moment, you have to finish in the top 50%, 50, to win money. And what you'll see here is that we are literally playing the game in 1 minute, and we are putting in some crazy scores, and we are winning great amounts of money, fantastic amount of money for very little time, effort, and investment. But at some point, and probably this year, I'd say, Probably Pookie is going to maybe tighten things up. They're going to try and make it a little bit more competitive, maybe, so that it's a little bit more difficult for you to, or challenging, or it's more rewarding for those guys that take the time to try and put proper predictions in here, unlike us, where we're just doing 3-3, 3-3, like crazy scores, and we're still getting into the top 50%, and we're still winning a load of money, right? So if you're not playing Pookie, it's the same premise that at some point things could change. This is a great time to be playing Pookie and winning money. Take advantage of it now, because all good things come to an end, don't they? That's what I'm saying. All good things come to an end, and this is very good at the moment, so do try and take advantage of it. Free tips out. I got the Mainz versus Berlin game right yesterday. First of my few 1-1 predictions correct. I knew you'd get that one correct. I wanted to put 1-1 myself, but if we commit to 3-3, we commit to 3-3 for everyone. But I'm glad to hear that you got it correct, I need Panda to play for Hull, otherwise we'll struggle to hit the threshold in rare anytime soon. Is he not playing for them at the moment? Because has he not even played at all for them, Panda? Since he's moved to them? No, he hasn't, has he? Yeah, 170 points is brilliant, man. Given that I put 3-3, 170 points for basically doing a crazy 3-3 is a brilliant start. So I'm very, very happy. Yeah, because technically, that's more points than what I was expecting, because it's not even like we predicted an under 2.5 draw, which would have been like a 0-0 or a 1-1. Imagine if we'd have done a 0-0. We would have technically got more than 173.8 for a 0-0. In fact, we've done a crazy over 2.5 and we still got 173, I think is insane. I think it's so good. Yeah, really good. So let's go back to SORARE just quickly. So what we need to do is we need to figure out what our threshold team is going to be. And one of the problems that we've got is that our forwards are the ones that we want to use, like Biaki's kind of too high to really use in threshold. And if we did use him, we'd be struggling to put out a balanced team. Our midfielders of Salahi and Grigic are too high. Kadri's on the high side. Zappa we'd like to use, but if we can't use Grigic and Salahi in here, we certainly can't use them in 220. Zappa we probably need to use in 220 because he is our lowest L15 midfielder with an L15 of 49. That technically is not good to use in Cap 220. You can do it, but you obviously want to try and have an L15 midfielder for lower. So, our team is determined largely by our midfield now, because we can't pick Salahi, we can't pick Grigic, we could pick Zappa, but then if we do that, we then don't have a midfielder for Cap 220 rare, and we want to try and compete in Cap 220 rare now that the month-long is finished, and it's just a nice opportunity for us to try and win some more rare cards, which can help us for the new format. So we have to pick Kadri. Nashville announced the signing of Amar Sejdik, says Twitch Gaming in the chat. Then we have a few options in defense, but let me run through how this is going to work. Ahmed or Goose, we want to play alongside Slovic. So we have that defensive stack. Eric Bokat, we don't want to play here because he will be, his scores will get cannibalized against Kadri. So what I mean by that is that if we have Bokat who plays for Centroidines, who's then going up against Kadri who plays for Kortrijk, if Kadri scores or provides an assist, a decisive, right? It then means that we have, on the one hand, a really good score from Kadri, but then we're then not getting the 10-point clean sheet bonus from Bokat. So we're cannibalizing the other player's score. What we want to be doing is not playing players that are going up against each other. So Bokat, we will avoid using here. I don't actually think he's going to play, is he? Because I think he's injured, no? Maybe he's over his injury anyway. I don't know. We need to check that. Yeah, so Bokat's injured anyway. Yeah, Bokat's out. So we can't use him even if we wanted to. But if he was fit, we certainly wouldn't use him to go up against Kadri. Philip Heisar, we will probably use in here. He doesn't have a good record away from home. And we could technically use Cosio. But I think the problem is going to be is that by the time, like if we wanted to use Cosio and say Leonardo Morales here, and I think we do want to use Leonardo Morales in defense here because it's Morales, and as I showed you guys, he can hit a score of 80, 90, 100 out of nowhere. Plus, he's also got 8.5% bonus, which is going to be very helpful to get us over the line for threshold. Cosio's only got 2%, which really doesn't help you in threshold at all. And then Philip Heisar has 7.5, which is really good as well. The problem that we've got, even if we wanted to do Cosio and Morales, is that if we've done Morales here, and then we've done Cosio at 50, right? We've then only got 41 for our forward, and we don't have a forward, a reliable forward here. We have Lauren who starts, but we don't want to play Lauren because he has an L15 of 29. You must be using that type of player in Cap 220. It's much better to play them in Cap 220 than it is to play them in Threshold here. So our player that we would like to pick would be Edvardsen, but then we can't do it because we're 1 point over. So actually, I think the team that we had in place is the right one. It's the most balanced one. And I think it's the one that gives us the best chance of hitting 280 points and getting the threshold. We also fully use up our cap, so we have no points left over. We have a good forward who has a good game at home. We've got a good attacking fullback that's in good form at the moment. He's got 3 scores of 60 in the past 5. He has good XP as well. Morales is what I just said. Great heavy-hitting player. Doesn't do as good away from home, but always gives you the potential where he can hit a perfect score of 100. So he'll probably be our captain here. And then Kadri, who's got a little bit of a tricky game. He's only got 4.5%, but it's not too bad. And it's Kadri that enables us to play the whole team. He's in good form as well. Did you see that Mijo Cactus has gone to Sivaspor? I have not seen that. I did not see that at all. I almost wish that I didn't see that. Because some of you guys might remember that about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, we were scouting on the stream and I looked at Mijo Cactus and I was like, Mijo Cactus's rare is like £4. And I was like, that, you should buy it. I was like, I should buy it. Like, we should buy it for £4 rare because he's such a good player that you almost can't lose buying a Mijo Cactus rare at £4. If he did end up moving, which he hasn't now, but let's say at the time that he had moved to a club that wasn't covered, you've lost basically £4. Boo-hoo, it's not a lot to lose on a rare, right? But if he did get a move, because there were talks that he was potentially going to get a move, if he did get a move, his price is going to massively shoot up, right? And what's happened is that, according to Sopsy, he's moved to Sivaspor, which is a really good move for him. And yeah, there it is there, look. And look, he's now £14. So we had an opportunity here to pick him up for £4.29. And we didn't do it. And it's just a little bit annoying. So great, fantastic move for him. And he should be the starter at Sivaspor as well, because they've been looking for a replacement for Samu Size. And Samu Size, he moved, funnily enough and bizarrely enough, he moved to the division below. So they've been looking for a central attacking midfielder to slot in behind the forward. And Mijo Cactus will be the starter for sure. They need someone with this level of quality. They need someone with this creativity. Great pickup, this guy. Keep in mind though, good pickup for now, not a good pickup for the new format. Okay? So even though we didn't pick him up and we had an opportunity to pick him up for £5 a few weeks back, we could have sold him for profit. I'm also happy that we didn't pick him up because as much as I like this guy and I think he's great, he's playing for a team where I just don't think he's going to do that well in the new format. Right? That's the key. So I like this player, great. I think he's very cheap. He's great for now until the new format comes in. I think when the new format comes in, this player is going to really struggle to make an impact and to compete against other cards which are going to be more sought after. What I want to do is I want to throw this team into the lineup builder. So if we go into my gallery, we go into the lineup builder here. And then we go into Cap 240 Rare. Okay. Suggest a lineup. And it is telling us to play the exact same team apart from, instead of Anti-Airseg, we have Philip Heiser in there. And we wouldn't play two forwards because we never play two forwards in Threshold. It's 9 times out of 10, it's not the strategy to help you hit the threshold, unless you're convinced that those two forwards can give you an attack in return. So we wouldn't do that. And then look, if we tell the tool, give us an alternative, it then gives us the team that we naturally picked anyway, which is always quite nice when you see that on the Sorare data tool. I don't tend to use this very often to guide me, but I do like to use it to kind of see, once I've built my team, how much it differs from what the tool would recommend based on all its data. And when the tool then shows me what the exact same team that I've picked, it does give me a little bit of confidence that we're on the right path. FTS, wasn't there a cap in the Premier League monthly comp? If so, what are your thoughts on them moving it? No, there wasn't. Well, was there a cap? I can't even remember. Because I had the Luton Town team, so I never really had to worry about the cap. I don't remember there being a cap in the winter special. If there was, if I'm wrong, let me know. Was it 270? Was it really? So look at that. I don't even remember it. Because we didn't even have to consider it with Luton. Because Luton are so low in their L15s, we never had to worry about it. So there you go. Yeah. I'm guessing that for the Premier League one, because the question you've asked me is that in the Premier League one now, there's no cap, right? I didn't even look at it. Let's go into it. Yeah, there's no cap. I don't, to be honest with you, look, I don't think it really made, maybe I'm wrong here. I guess when you have a cap of 270 and it's applied to the Premier League, I don't think it really makes a difference. So having the cap of 270, I think, was maybe a little bit redundant. Of course, it means that there's going to be some players that you can't play altogether when you have a cap of 270. But I honestly don't mind it that they've opened it up and they've taken the cap away. It does mean that this competition then could be very heavy hitting, because then technically you could get managers playing a full Man City, like a full Man City team where their caps are so high, their L15s are so high, but there's no restriction. So they could just run riot in here. Some people might not like that. Personally, for me, I don't have a problem with it. Because when I'm entering this competition, I'm just trying to utilize my collection. So that's me thinking about me. But I can see why, if you were playing in this in the winter special and the cap kind of gave you some protection from like mental stacks just running riot, I could see why it might not be as appealing anymore compared to the winter special. It's a very good point, by the way. Yeah, very good point. Yeah. So, because that's the thing with the 270, you can't play like a De Bruyne and a Haaland and a Rodri, right? You can't play all three of those in a 270. But when there's no 270, you can of course play all three of them. And if you play all three of them, and if you have all three of them, you're probably going to dominate this competition. Or the Liverpool players, for example, right? For someone like me, I have just the Luton Town collection, of course, and we have to hope that we just get really lucky, which hasn't changed for us, right? When we were playing the Premier League Winter Special, we knew with this type of collection that we needed to try and get lucky, as in like we needed a good fixture and we needed the Luton Town team to create an upset because we are not going to be able to compete with Man City, Liverpool, 270 or not 270. It doesn't matter. We can't realistically compete with them every week. So we are just hoping that we get lucky. And I think that's what it mainly comes down to with a lot of the teams in here, especially if you're a budget manager and you can't afford the Man City stack or the Liverpool stack, right? Then I think you're just going to be relying on better scouting where you maybe don't run a stack, but you run like a team of individuals, from all different teams that you just think can all outscore like a Man City side or a Liverpool side in the one game week, or you just run the budget team that you've got. Hopefully it's maybe a collection as well. And then you just hope that you do get lucky. And then whatever you do get, because the prize pool in here is so good that, I mean, to be honest with you, even if I finish like 600th, right, we're still going to get $5. That beats the limited threshold. What is going to be changed to, right? That's going to beat it. And when we have played this competition before, when we've done well, we've actually always finished in the top 50. So the times that we have won, we finished top 50, which means that we've won like 50. Well, for now we can win 55. So yeah. Yeah, lots are picking up the big boys now, so smaller chances for the weaker teams. This is exactly why, another reason why Nicholas said star players are star players. Because now if you have the star players, right, and if they're going to drop the caps for competitions like this, you need to have the star players then. Because then having the star players gives you the chance to hit, realistically, $1,500. And if you have the star players, you've probably spent a lot on them, so you want to be realistically challenging for those, right? You almost don't want, this is going to sound really bad, you almost don't want to be, beaten to the top prizes in the game because some manager has been smarter at putting together a low-cost team for under 270 when you really wanted to play your full collection of Man City. Because the game incentivized you to go and get your full Man City team, right? Go and get them, go and collect them, and then you can use them in the Premier League. But before it was like you can, but you can't use all of them. So you almost don't want to be getting beat to 1,500 when you have the full Man City collection and someone's done it with a real budget team. And you're kind of like looking at SORARE'S saying, why could I not hit that 1,500? Because I've got the players to compete in this competition, but you're not allowing me to use them because you put this restriction in here. But then you've also told me go and get big players, right? Go and collect these types of players. So I don't have an issue with it, but I can see why people might do. Yeah. I don't have an issue with it, but as I say, I do understand where people are coming from on that. I think if someone goes out and spends $2,000 on a Man City team, then they probably feel like they should have a right to use the full Man City team with the players they want from that collection in a Premier League competition without a restriction, because the restriction in itself is that you just need to have 4 new season cards. So if someone's gone and bought new season cards and the whole entire collection, 23-24 collection of Man City, they're probably then thinking, well, I've done what you want me to do. Why is it that I can't use a Kevin De Bruyne or Rodrigo now? Because my collection was really expensive. Why can I not use them together to try and hit 1,500? I've put the money in. I should have a chance to earn it back, right? In a competition like this. So I think it's fine, personally, for me, but I also understand if people are feeling aggrieved by that. You've had so much fun with the Luton Town team. I really have. Yeah, one of the things I was thinking, though, guys, is that I was thinking, do we really play the Luton Town team in here, or do we play them in Cap 240 for the threshold? And initially, we had this team in the threshold before this was announced. But then when they announced this, I was like, well, the amount of money that we can win in here is so much more attractive that we have to put them in here, right? I feel like if I took the Premier League team, my only Premier League team, right? If I took them out of here and I put them into Cap 240 to win just $5, right? And then maybe a card that's worth a couple of quid or something, I'm going to be kicking myself that I didn't play them in here where I could have potentially won $55 or $1,500. Imagine that this Luton Town team, which they have a chance to do, Luton at home against Sheffield United, this is almost like the perfect fixture for me to go hard in a new Premier League competition that I was not expecting we were going to get. Because when they ended the Premier League Winter Special, they did not say that it was going to continue. And this is basically the continuation of the Premier League Winter Special. We have more chances to have even more fun and to dream big with Luton. And I am going to be keeping the captaincy on Alfie Doughty, which might backfire on me because the last 2 times we've done it, he hasn't done anything, and then everybody else has like smashed it. But we were talking earlier also with Sopsy in the chat and a few of you guys on the stream from Monday that if we didn't captain Alfie Doughty this weekend, you know what's going to happen. Alfie Doughty's probably going to hit a score of 80, 90. So we almost just need to keep it on him because I think I'll regret it massively if I took it off him and then he had a big score and we were like, why did we not just keep the faith? Hello to Mark Gork as well. Service to you, man. Did you win anything in Winter Comp with the Luton stack? I won £75, yeah. £75 in total. My entire collection of Luton Town cost me £75. So not these 5 players, but the 20 Luton Town cards that I own in the collection cost me £75. And then in the Premier League Winter Special, over the 10 game weeks, we won £75. So the whole entire of my Luton Town collection has already been paid for from the Premier League Winter Special, which is great. It's amazing. Double game week this week as well for Luton, if that counts in Sorare. Is it a double game week? It's not showing me a double game week. It's not showing me a double game week. When I enter them into the lineup. It's not a double game week. Yeah, next week, sure. Yeah, next week. Yeah, next week, not this week, Tricky Ricky. Yeah, next week, because they've got Man United, and then after that, you guys are saying Liverpool. Although that's technically, that isn't postponed. Well, that is postponed, no? Is that not postponed? Because I remember Luton sent something out saying that it was postponed. I don't know if that's actually going to go ahead because I remember seeing Luton mention that on their Twitter, but I didn't pay too much attention to it. I just saw that the game was rearranged.
Welcome to the real world.
Free Tip Scout, what's your strategy with your rares after August when no cap mode will be there? Nothing at all. Just, oh, is it going? Is this the game that's actually happening then? Okay, I'll take your guys' word for it. Thank you to Rune as well, or Rue Pot Mowgli for the follow, man. Welcome into the channel. My strategy with rares is I don't need to do anything. I don't need to do anything because of the update. My rares are very good to compete in the new format as well as the existing format. What I am hoping for is that we can try and win a couple of really good cards before the new format comes into play, or we can win a lot of money before the new format comes into play. Because what I need to do and what I want to do is that I don't have a rare representation of champion, right? You can see it here. If I filter by champion Europe, and then if I take all the other scarcities off, right? We've got one rare card for champion that can be played in the new tier of champion, right? So my focus, I think, my focus before the update was to now start to look at super rare. That was before they announced the update, because I was thinking I could then build a super rare threshold team. But obviously, now they've announced that big update, that makes no sense to build a super rare threshold team because the threshold is being removed in 6 months' time. And even if I wanted to do it for 6 months now, I would need to spend way more than I'm comfortable with to do a super rare threshold. So now the focus for me is that I need to start building, and I won't do it now. So this is the key, right? I will not do it now. What I will be doing is I will be planning, buying champion players. We need to stop saying champion Europe, right? But, you know, like champion players, the players that can play in the champion tier. I will be planning those players, but I will not buy them. I will only buy them when it's the new season. Because then when I buy the new season cards for 24-25 in August, or maybe they start to mint them just before August, right? So that then the in-game competition is good to go for when the start of the season is, okay? I will then be able to compete in the in-season competition from day one. If I started to buy champion players now, then I can use them over the transition period, but I'm essentially only buying new season cards for 3 months, right? Because then the Premier League, for example, is going to be finished in May. The Bundesliga is going to be finished in May. So I'll be paying too much money for a card that I only get 3 months of new season utility out of them. And then next season, they'll turn into classic cards. I won't be able to use them. I can only use one of them, but most of them I won't be able to use in the in-season competition. So for me, what I'll be doing over the course of the next 6 months is I will be saving up everything that I can win in Sorare and almost tucking it away so that then I have a war fund. I like that expression, war fund, or a war chest, if you want to say that. I have a war chest fund so that I am ready to go when it's the new season on Sorare, and I can just spend probably far too much money on the new season cards, but then I should be able to win the money back pretty quickly because I'll get the really good cards, the really good players, and I will compete in the in-season competitions from the get-go. Yeah. A free tip scout fund. Yeah. Fund. And you know what? To be honest with you guys, right? It's actually worked out very well, the update that they have done for me. Because I don't know if you guys remember, but I was talking, I think it was last week or the week before, and I was saying that I don't have a single Man United player in my gallery, right? And you might be thinking to yourself, if you know on the stream, why does that matter? Why is he talking about that? I'm a Man United fan. I'm a Man United supporter. And I don't have a single Man United card. So what my plan has been is that I collected Luton Town in Limited because that was the way to kind of build a cheap collection. And I've always wanted to obviously now build a Man United collection, but doing it in limited has been too expensive. Rare will be too expensive as well, but I've got enough time now to start saving for it. And I think that it will be worth my time to do it and worth the investment in the new format. And so last week, I already said way before the announcement that the next collection I want to do is like almost Man United, so that I then have a good collection. I don't want to collect Man United now because I don't want players like Anthony. I don't want players like Martial. Like, I don't want those trash players in my... Like, I don't want Lindelof. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm going to collect a Man United team, I want to collect a Man United team that hopefully over the summer gets rid of these players that I don't even want to own and then brings in some really cool players so that then next season I can collect a Man United team that I'm a fan of anyway. And then I've then got players that are not just filling up the collection that I have no intention to use, like the Martials and the Lindelofs and whatnot, right? I've then got more players that I do actually want to use because we've done some good business in the transfer market in the summer, fingers crossed. And then I have less players as part of a collection that are just filling the album slots just to give us a collection bonus, okay? That's the one thing I don't like about the collections, is that when you start to build a collection, you know that, like, if you do the full collection, there's going to be some players in there that you have no intention of using and that you actually just don't even like, right? So you accept that there's a few cards in there that are just complete trash and you won't be able to use them, really. But if you can collect a team where there are fewer of them, then at least it gives you more options tangibly in the game to use those cards in lineups. There's just too many players for Man United that I would just never use, right? Today, let's bring the team up, right? So if I was going to collect Man United fully today, I wouldn't use, for example, Harry Maguire. I wouldn't use Lindelof. I wouldn't want, if they did mint Johnny Evans, which I don't, have they minted any Johnny Evans now? I think they did. No, they haven't. They haven't minted any Johnny Evans cards. But for example, I don't really want Johnny Evans to be at Man United because I don't want to own him, because it would just feel like I'm paying for nothing just to complete the collection, right? Whereas I'll actually have no intention to ever use him, realistically. He's too old. He's too injury prone. He's not good enough for Man United, in my opinion, anymore. Tyrell Malacia, for example. But I don't really want him. I'm hoping that they move him on. The same also for I don't like Amrabat. I don't like him, and I don't think that he's going to be moved on because he's a new signing, right? So I think I have to accept that I'm probably next season going to have a rare of Amrabat, for example. Not great. I don't really like him. I don't really want to use him. But we've just got a load of players in here. Here we go. This is where we get to the frauds. Martial, for example. No way would I pay £30 for Martial just to build a collection today. No way would I buy Anthony for 48. I'm hoping that Anthony can be shifted on. Probably not. But I just really want to give myself the opportunity that some of these guys just go and that I get more better players for next season. Right. So it was a bit of a long-winded answer to, I think it was FBL's question there, but yeah, I think it's actually worked out quite well for me because I was already intending to collect a champion team next season, and now Sorare have basically said, here you go, here's a bucket load of money that you could win if you do collect a champion type team or new season cards. And I'm like, okay, I'll do it. I'm happy to spend next season. I'm not spending now. I don't have an intention to spend anymore. Don't need to. My gallery's already good. But for next season, if you want to line it up with this new format, then yeah, for sure, in 6 months' time, I'm happy to put a load of money down in the game because I do like the update and I like the new format. So yeah, take my money in 6 months' time, but you're not taking it now because I've already spent far too much and I've already lost too much in Sorare because they mismanaged the game so far. Are all your rares more or less in the same division, contender and challenger? Yeah, they are. They are. They are. I mean, I think when I look at it, yeah, they are. I mean, we can bring it up. I was looking at it yesterday in the update. This is the one, isn't it? Yeah, because I don't have any champion rares apart from Marco John. All of my rares then have to fall in either challenger or contender. Now, the challenger rares that I have are the likes of Peter Musa, who's now moved to the MLS, of course. We've got a couple of like Belgium like Pro League players as well, like Hervey Kofi's in there. We've got Kadri, for example. We've got Bokat. We've got some Turkish players as well. We have a few Brazilian, but not much. I need to get another one. But we have João Lucero, for example. And then we don't have any players playing in Denmark. We don't have any players in Portugal. We don't have any championship players. So mainly my rares in Challenger are in these four. Mainly these 4 or 5, technically. Eredivisie, MLS, JPL, that. And then, yeah, the others are kind of in contention. But because there's only 2 American leagues that are in here, right? My only real MLS player, well, I've got more than 2 MLS players, but the 2 that I would realistically use would be Peter Musa and Randall Leal. And then the 2 players that I would use from Brazil would be João Lucero, and then there's another player that I'm going to be getting, hopefully very soon. So most of my America, like my Champ America team, is now going to fall into contender, which means that they, at some point, will be competing against Asia, J-League, against the Austrian Bundesliga, which is actually another reason why I don't need to change anything in my gallery, because when I built my, if you don't know my America team, I'll just show you right now. When I built my America Rare team, I built it already very high quality, and also kind of for cheap too, which was really good. So if I show you my Champ America, like here, I've already saved it. Look, this is kind of what we're looking at. Okay, I'll take a few of these guys out as well so you can kind of see. But this is already a strong enough team where in the new format of contender, I would be able to compete, I think, very well. Despite there being so many leagues in here, I think that the players that I've got are more than good enough to compete. Where's it gone? Here we go. What's happened here? Why is it telling me I've got no players when I obviously have a player? What? Where's my Dominguez gone? How bizarre. Is their game not being played then? Oh, okay. Maybe his game's been rescheduled. Let's go to game week 453 instead. What? What's happened? Why is Dominguez not coming up here? He was available for game week 451. Okay. So, yeah, initially he had a game week in game week 451, but it now looks like his earliest game week is game week 455. So that's why he wasn't coming up. So I don't know what's happened there, but yeah, his first fixture is a little bit later now. It might just be that is the start. I don't know. But it was definitely game week 451, but now it's 455. Doesn't really matter. But essentially, yeah, when I look at my America team, there's more players we have here. For example, Morales, of course. But let's say, for example, we would do Quintero for the stack, right? And then we've got there's Randall Leal. We've got Damir Grilak as well. Actually forgot about him. And he scored a goal in the game yesterday. So he could be he could get back to what we know he has been able to do in the MLS, which is why I picked him up. Because he is an absolute heavy hitter when he starts, and if he's enjoying his football in the MLS, he can be a cheat code. So Damir Grilak, Randall Leal, Pedro Santos, we probably wouldn't use, Michael Hoyos, POV. There'll probably be another midfielder in here as well. But these guys, it's funny, like Michael Hoyos, for example. Like Michael Hoyos is great for now, and this is, again, another example of the type of player where I have them and I don't have to worry about the changes. That's why I've not worried at all. I've not even thought for more than a minute that I need to change my gallery, because I bought this guy because he's great now and he's going to be great in the new format. And I didn't even know, of course, about the new format, but this is the type of scoring that's going to work so well in the new format. So, and look, his floor has gone up now. His floor is like £29.21. His floor was a lot cheaper. His floor was kind of like 15 or something. So people were buying him for 15. But this is the type of player where if you know about them and you know what they're like and how good they are, you should be trying to pick them up for the new format. Oh, okay. Ecuadorian League has been delayed for 2 weeks because of the civil unrest in the country. Okay. Yeah, makes sense, FIFA. Thank you. Yeah, thank you guys for giving me the context on it. I'd heard about it, but I'll be honest with you, I didn't actually think that it would affect the football, but makes sense, yeah. Makes sense. Which MLS team can you see being strong defensively? I've already got Clark and Dorsey looking at another defensive stack. I think actually New England Revolution could be quite a good one. I quite like them. I think another team that defensively could be quite good in the MLS is generally New York City. Like New York City FC, they don't tend to concede a lot of goals, so they will often squeeze out like 1-0s, a lot of 1-0s. Same for New York Red Bulls, although the problem with the New York Red Bulls is that they don't keep enough clean sheets for me, personally. Houston done very well too. I think Colorado Rapids look very, very interesting this year in the MLS. They look very strong. So I think if I was actually, just so you guys know, if I was actually going to be building a team for the MLS, I would 100% target Colorado Rapids because I think they look great. They've made some really good pickups as well. They look very strong. Very strong. And kind of you can see, if I just bring it back to my America team, let's just say, for example, that we were going to play, I don't know, POV in here just to kind of keep it together. In fact, actually, this is quite a good example. So this is probably one of those players that is, I don't regret picking him up because I only picked him up recently, right? To give us a bit of a stack potential for Quito. Because Quito are going to be playing midweek games because they are part of the Copa Libertadores, right? Which is the South American equivalent of the Champions League. So I picked up POV so that we can then run a bigger stack of those players from the same team, right? The annoying thing here is that I wouldn't have picked up POV if I'd have known about the update. I wouldn't have. Because again, the big problem with POV is that he struggles to score more than 60. So he's perfect for the current format. This is one of those players that I technically should be looking to get rid of, because even though he can hit high end and he can hit into this range, he doesn't do it enough. His scoring is 2 in the mid-range here. It's just not going to be enough to compete against all the players that we've got in here from the different leagues, right? At all. So if I hadn't have already bought him, then I definitely wouldn't have been going out to get a POV. what I would have done instead, and this is legit, right? I'm not joking. I wanted to pick him up because he was cheap and he gave me the stack potential, okay? But, and that was before the update. If we say that I hadn't have bought POV, right? And we now know about the update, the player that I would have gone out to get, and he would have cost me more, but I actually think it would have been more, it would have been a better investment, would have been, where's he gone? Where's he gone? Here. Would have been Alexander Alvarado, sorry. It would have been this guy instead because he's younger. He has much higher upside that he can do much more consistently compared to POV. He didn't start enough. He kind of almost lost his place a little bit towards the back end of the season, but I really don't care about that. What I care about is somebody that who, when they are going to start, they're going to hit high range often, which is what you're going to need in the new format. And he's significantly more expensive than POV. I picked up POV for like £20, so I'd have to pay over double. I was considering buying Alvarado, and I wanted to, but this was my thinking, right? I looked at Alvarado, and I thought, I don't actually need to spend that much on this player to do well in SORARE. That's what I thought. So that's why I bought POV. Because there might be a few times where we will play our America team in Threshold, I was thinking, or even POV can give us a score of 50, 60, with a bit of a boost on his collection bonus and whatnot. That'll probably end up being 60. It's probably okay. I thought it's probably okay if the rest of the guys around him hit the big scores, right? But now, I definitely wouldn't pick POV because I know that a mid-50 scorer is just not going to be good enough. We need to go with someone that can do that instead. Do I want to blast this to stack with Morales? No, thank you. No, thanks. So yeah, like when I look at this team now, obviously it won't work in Champion America because that won't really exist anymore soon. But even if we wanted to play this type of team in Contender, right, as a contender team, it will still work in theory because we have enough heavy hitters here, which is why I don't have to look. We could put Michael Horse in as the extra, and then of course as our forward, we could go with like then look Peter Musa. Peter Musa, if you don't know, Peter Musa is going to be hitting scores of 80 regularly, I think, in the MLS. I think he'll be smashing it. So I don't think people realize how much he's going to smash it in the MLS. But I am fully expecting him to be hitting scores regularly of like 80, 90, 100. And again, we need that type of player. The problem is that Musa, we won't be able to play in this type of team, right? Because it's the MLS. So like with these guys here, these guys are going to be fine. Peter Musa, not in this team because he's in a different tier. But then what we've got here is we've got Fernando Zampedri. We could play Zampedri, and we know that Zampedri is going to be able to give us scores of 70, 80 regularly as well, because he's incredible. He's like the GOAT, right? So this is going to be fine. That's the only shame for me, with the kind of restructure is that it would have been nice to play Peter Musa in a team like this, right? But I'll also be honest with you, when I built my Champion America team, at the time that I finished building it, I didn't know 100% that Peter Musa was going to Dallas, right? There were lots of European clubs looking at him too. So I kind of built the team with Zampedri as the main forward. And then when Musa moved to Dallas, I was like, great, we've now got an MLS forward that we can tap into for America, which was then short-lived because we then got the update and we won't be able to do it anymore. But that's fine because we'll be able to play Peter Musa, for example, in Challenger alongside the likes of Hervey Kofi, and we can play Bokat with him as well. It'll work out. It'll work out. Yeah. I wouldn't roll out that team with one more new card. You can enter in season. Sam Pedri would be better. No, I kind of disagree, to be honest with you. I think, again, what you've got to do is you've got to work. Well, for me, okay, this is for me, right? I've built the team the way I wanted it to be, and SORARE'S changed it, okay? What I'm not going to do is I'm not going to now dance to the new tune that SORARE are doing. I'm happy with how I built the teams. We will adapt the players that we've got to the tiers that we need to put them in. We're not going to be buying new players or anything like that. We don't need to. We've done all our rebuilding. We'll work with what we've got. We'll work with how it works in the new tier system. And then we'll start buying new cards for the new 24-25 season to hit champion. Because we're solid. We are so solid for like contender and challenger. Like, we're so good. We don't need to do anything here. We have nothing for champion. So at the moment, our focus needs to be on that. And then we'll just adapt our teams to fit in under the new format. But we don't need to be buying new season cards just so we can compete in season. We'll do classic, and I trust my players enough that we could do classic if we need to. They'll win us cards that will then allow us to, if we win enough, to do in season. Yeah. But this is the type of manager that I am. I've never since I've been on SORARE, I have never changed my strategy when SORARE changed the game. My strategy remains the same. Buy good players for as cheap as you can. Because if you do that, you can't go wrong. You literally can't go wrong. Just buy very good players. That is like a foolproof strategy in SORARE. Buy very good players for as cheap as you can. You basically can't really lose. Because even if they change the game, you've bought quality. You've bought quality for not much money. You're going to get good ROI somewhere. Oh, you sold your super rare, Cunha. How much did you get him for? How much did you sell him for, man? For 7. You got 845. Wow. Neil got 845. Incredible. We were talking to Neil earlier how he was debating and pondering whether he should sell his super rare Cunha for 771, which I thought was already a fantastic offer. And he managed to get the price up to 845. Incredible. Incredible, man. Your Daniel Levy has got shit on you. You are, if you're not in sales, Neil, then you probably need to be. Your negotiation skills are off the chart. Incredible, man. I should do the, I don't know because I'm a champion, but I should do it now. I think I'm ready for champion. I'm ready to stop being a challenger. I'm ready to stop being a contender. What is the this is just a little bit of fun. What is the difference between a challenger and a contender? Like, I don't know the difference in English. What is the difference in the English language between a challenger and a contender? I really consider the two the same. Like, it's funny. I've got no issue that they call them one challenger, one contender. It's just I always look at it and think I really don't know the difference, because for me there isn't really a difference. I think I think about it in boxing terms, you know. I always feel like if you're going to challenge someone, like if you're going to challenge like somebody who's the heavyweight champion, then you are also then the contender for that championship. So I don't really know. Max Pescatori. Oh, Max Pescatori. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I know who he is. He does the poker stuff, doesn't he? Yeah. A challenger is someone who's contending for something. Absolutely, yeah. A contender is challenging for something. Is the contender challenging to be the challenger? Or is the challenger contending to be challenging to be the contender? We're getting deep here now. We're getting deep. Oh, dear. You know what, guys? I've just looked at the time. It's actually 5 here in the UK. So, you know what they say? Time flies when you're having fun. And the time has flown by. We've spent another 5 hours together, which has been fantastic. I've enjoyed it. We've dived a little bit deeper into the update. It's been really good to see everybody's... oh, we haven't done any Pooky, have we? Are you right? We haven't done any Pooky. Let's squeeze Pooky in. Yeah, I want to squeeze a little bit of Pooky in. I do. Luckily, we don't need to spend a lot of time on Pooky. I would want to spend more time. You guys know that. I want to spend more time on Pooky. But kind of almost the way the game is at the moment and how we're playing the game is that we don't need to spend a lot of time. But what we definitely need to do here, we can do it in 5 minutes actually, is we need to update our predictions, I think, so that we can try and squeeze more points out of the game week. So, very simple this one. We're going to go into Dortmund-Freiburg. This one here, if we were to update the prediction, we're going to go up by an additional 11 points here, which is quite a nice bump up. We have a load of energy, so I think we can probably update. I think actually, well, hold on a minute. How did we plan it? Because we planned it before that we were going to go into the Argentinian league and we're going to need one, two, well, we're going to need one. Okay, so we can spend 30 energy. We need to save 10 energy to predict this one in the next game week. Okay, so what we can do, we're going to update all the predictions that are green by a good margin. So this one here, this has gone up by 11. Update it. Done. This one here, that's gone up by, wow, 12. Update that one. This one here, the Bremen one, has gone up by, wow. It's gone up by a healthy amount. So, well, what's that? That's like 11, no? Close to 11. That's pretty good. Okay, we'll update that one. This one's gone down. We don't need to touch it. This one has gone down. We don't need to touch it. This has gone up by 5. We might come back and update that, but I don't want to update anything for like 5 or something. Updating for 10 additional points is good. I think for like here, look, for example, update this one to get an additional 17.5 points. Let's do it. But updating for a few points is not really worth it. We want a better return on that. This one, for example, look, 13. We'll do that one. And then this one has gone down. So the one that we maybe need to come back to is this one here. If we have, if we feel like it's worth doing, then we're going to go to the English League here. Not the English League. What are we doing? The Argentinian League. Yeah, I've done 3-3 on all. We're going for it, the Don. We're going for it. We're going for the high score draws this week. It's a high score draw strategy. Not low score, not the ball draw. We're going for the raw draw. We're going for the raw draw. So we're going for 2 2s and 3 3s and 4 4s. And if we end up getting any one of those, right, if it becomes it, then we're going to be really good. So we have 2 different strategies. The Argentinian League is a ball draw strategy. And then the German League one this week is a raw draw. We're going to call it the raw draw. So what we need to do here again, same kind of thing. Whenever we see a green arrow, we're going to look to update the prediction if it is worth us doing it. I'm expecting all of these to be red because the thing with the Argentinian League, oh, this one goes up by 5. Okay, let's update it. And then what we'll do is we'll probably update the Wolfsburg one as well. It's very, oh, hello. See, that was gone up by 3. I'm not updating it for 3. 5 is bad enough. I'm not spending 2 energy to update by 3. But we'll check this again tomorrow. If this has gone up by 5, we'll update it, 5 or more. If not, we're probably just going to leave it. It's not worth the energy spend. I'd much rather just try and save that and pay that forward into the next game week. This one went down. This one went down. Most of these will be going down because what happens is that the bookies will... This one's 5. The bookies that set the odds, they will give a much higher odd, a much higher price for the draw outcome a lot sooner. So as the game's getting closer and closer to starting, they'll start to drop the odds down. So you get the benefit if you are taking a risk early, right? So it's designed to reward your risk, okay? Because if you predict a 1-1 like 5 or 6 days before the game, then you don't know. Anything can happen, right? In those 5 to 6 days. There could be an injury. There could be the game, the team could come down with an illness or whatever. So that then it's the B team that's being played. But you've already committed to a result well ahead of knowing any extra information. So you should get higher odds for it. In most cases, than lower odds if you predict early on. This one here's gone down. Also, the bookies then start to realize too that in this type of league, sometimes they will overprice an outcome. Like here, for example, that's gone up. And then this one's gone up by 1. We're definitely not updating that for 1. This one's gone down. This one has not moved at all. Let's go back to the Wolfsburg one. And then that'll give us 22 energy left over, which gives us enough energy to kind of check them tomorrow because there might be some more changes tomorrow. Oh, shit. You know what we haven't done as well? We haven't done our rivals guys at all. That's definitely worth us talking about just really quickly. And then we'll end the stream because it's been a really long one. So let's just dive back into Sorare. A quick reminder that Sorare have changed the streaks now. So you don't have to worry about getting 5 or 7 or 10 or whatever, right? You just have to get 3 consecutive arena matches correct, which is incentivizing me a bit more now to spend my arena tickets. You can see that I have been stocking them up. But now that the streaks are fixed and it's a bit more realistic, I am tempted to start using my arena tickets. I don't know if we're going to use them today. I might just save them for the weekend because I don't think that there's not really a lot of games that I want to risk an arena ticket on. There's Deportivo Fortaleza, which is not the Brazilian Fortaleza, by the way. And then there's just a load of American games which can be risky, okay? Whereas if we wait for tomorrow, we get the games that we really want to, like, Dortmund versus Freiburg. We get, like Hamburg, Hanover. We get some just games that I'm more interested in that I think would be a bit more exciting. So we're not going to go into the arena. However, we are going to do a rivals game. We're going to do Braun. We're going to do, this is all for the Rosario here. And the reason we're going to do that is so that we can keep our streak alive for the manager challenge here. Okay, we'll come back and we'll do this when the lineups are announced. But for now, let's just try and put something out, right? And then we have 38 there. 38 gives us the ability to play Komar. Let's do that. And then we're going to come back and we're going to sort this out later as well. So yeah, this is how I'm playing Rivals at the moment, is that I'm just playing the friendly games because the friendly games register that you are playing consecutive games, right? But I'm not playing the arena, so I'm not going to enter the arena with that team. Yeah, that's how I'm doing it. So if anybody wants to challenge me in this game here, in this match, then feel free to. I'll send a couple of challenges out a little bit later as well. If you fancy having a game with me in Rivals for Rosario Central versus Independiente. But other than that, guys, I want to say a big thank you. I'm supposed to be doing an evening stream tonight. We do have it scheduled. I am going to take a bit of a breather. I think I need it. So, yeah, we're not going to have a stream tonight, but we will do a double stream tomorrow. And I know a few of you guys always like to check out the Marvel Snap stuff that I do, so we'll be doing some Marvel Snap in the evening tomorrow. And, of course, we'll be doing in the day tomorrow, Sorare Ultimate Champions Pooky, getting our lineup sorted for the weekend. So we're doing more lineup building. We'll do our free tip scout fund coupons tomorrow as well. I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to do them today, guys, but yeah, I'm starting to I'm starting to run into my reserves of energy. So tomorrow. I'll get some good rest tonight in the evening, and then I'll rest up well overnight. I'll get a good night's sleep, and I'll come back tomorrow. I think the update's just taken a lot out of me. We'll come back tomorrow. We'll do a double stream. We'll do free tip scout fund coupons as well. We'll do some giveaways too. And yeah, we'll just have a lot of fun on tomorrow's stream too. So guys, thank you so much for all the support today. Not just today actually, but for yesterday too. Numbers have been incredible on the stream. Long may they continue. Thank you to all the guys that have followed and subbed to the channel today as well. Thank you so much for everyone's involvement in the chat too, because the chat's been really lively. Your opinions have been great. And it's been really good to hear how everyone's approaching, planning, and thinking about the update too. So keep going, guys. Honestly, stay positive because this is a really good update. And look out for a couple of tweets from me later on tonight. And then, of course, I'll be back tomorrow at 12. So until then, have a good evening. And good luck with the rest of your lineups as well in Sorare. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, guys.